In brand new Euphoria Spa, just 3 minutes from Bellagio. You can enjoy it with swimming pool, saunas, fitness, massages. It's free of charge for chess players. We are at your disposal from 8 to 10 every day.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is Batumi, Georgia, and we are having European Team Championship 2025. Today is round 2. All over, we're going to have around 9 rounds, and we're going to have new champions in open section and also in women's section. Throughout the tournament, we will be your hosts, Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic, and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Round 2 today. Is there anything that you are particularly interested in?
No, of course, Keti. Yesterday, tournament started with a bang. Germany lost the match, Hungary. So I believe that it's hard to say that there is a clear favorite in this kind of event. So we can expect everything. We can expect unexpected. So I suggest, Keti, that we go to the playing hall to check what's going on there.
Absolutely. I saw that the players were lined up in the queue to go through the security check. We do have 4 gates, and we do have also fair play arbiters. Anyone who gets into the playing venue, they can't carry mobile phones or any other devices, no watches, and as I know, also no pens. The organizers are providing pencils or pens to write the moves, and this is very much necessary for the safety measures that we have at the chess tournaments.
We also have a delay, 50 minutes. Keti was mentioning that yesterday regarding chat. We are eager to get your feedback, but we can read it only in 15 minutes delay. Let's check the first match.
The first match we do have Netherlands against Poland. This is the match we're going to be looking forward to see the excitement in this. Poland doesn't have, actually Poland brings now Wojtaszek, the heavy forces, but they don't have Duda, and they do actually bring youngsters at this tournament. And meanwhile, Team Netherlands is here with the heavy forces. Even we have Van Valley into the actions. We don't see very often Van Valley playing. These days he's coaching, he's a captain, but when the team needs, he's stepping in, and we do see him actually right now. He's playing on the board 3. His opponent is Pavel Tetzlav. And the last board we also have on the screen, this is board 4, Jan Malek. He's taking white pieces against Erwin Leami, and we see Anish Giri, the leader of the team. He's the kind of person who cares a lot about his team, likes to check out what's happening, and also I have seen him quite often very talkative during the dinners, or if they're walking together outside. He's always the one who talks and leads the team. And we also have on the second board for Team Netherlands, Van Forest Jordan against Shimon Gulash. We see all the players there. Only Anish Giri is missing. Anish's opponent is Radoslav Wojtaszek, one of the strongest players of Poland. And
yeah, we can maybe move on to the next match with the camera. So Azerbaijan, as we mentioned, is there. You can see players. Suleimani has moved to board number 3. That means that Safarli is resting. Muradli, who is a very dangerous player, is playing on board 4 versus Talmak. I would like to suggest that you take an eye on Finek Vaslav, who is board 3 for Czech Republic, former, or maybe even current, no, former European youth champion, and he's a very good player and the one who is improving steadily. Let's move on with the camera. Let's check Romania versus England. Here we have Deac versus Adams, board number 1. That means that Vitiugov is resting, Nisipianu is playing versus Gavin Jones, and Lupulescu versus McShane, who is playing for the first time in this event. Gavrilescu, board number 4, versus Rual Shreyas. They all have those uniforms, suits, outfit is very professional, so it's cool to see them seated. Then we can move on with Armenia versus Croatia. We have Sargsyan versus Šarić, Hovhannisyan versus Brkic, Martirosyan, Livajic, Hakobian versus Martinovic. One trivia today. Okay, in the evening, late evening, I found out that there is a World Cup. That there are World Cup pairings, and it was announced. And I checked the 3, and my dear friend Ante Brkic, Croatia, board number 2, is playing versus Oro. This is a nice matchup, Faustino. And then if he wins, he has someone very strong. I don't know whom, but first round is. I think it's nice to play that kind of match because there is a big attention around. And as Ante said, it's good that I play versus Oro when he is still super young, because later
this is the moment.
Later it will be an issue. So we have this match, which is quite level, I would say. Although Armenians are favorites in rating. I recall when I was playing for a national team, 2017, Aronian was playing first board. By the way, Levon
has a birthday.
Yes, he has a birthday. So this delay, it's complicating our life. Basically, anti-cheating is something which, yeah, for us commentators and the broadcast team is something which is a huge headache, but we need to keep the integrity of our game.
Yeah, we have to do what we have to do until there is something else invented to go through the fair play.
I know few players who are only participating in some events if there is a delay. For example, Rapid and Bliss, they want to see some kind of delay. So, yeah, what to do here? We have 15 minutes, but this is complicating our life in terms of getting the games. So, unfortunately, we will need to catch up a little bit different manner. So, let's go back to the playing hall. Let's check the games. Just to remind you, subscribe to our ECU YouTube channel. There is a chat there. You can, raise some topics.
Let us know who do you support. Let us know who is the team you think gonna win, and just keep in mind that we're starting a bit later. And also make sure you follow the YouTube channel of ECU, because right after the team championship there will be European Club Cup, and this is one of my favorite events of all time. This is a really, really fun event, and you guys will not miss any of the action. And at this moment we do have on the screen the open section, and here we have the team from Armenia who actually won quite nicely yesterday against a team from Romania. This is board 8. Oh, sorry, this is not board 8, it is board 4. Against Croatia, Armenia against Croatia. Yeah,
I see in the chat already, it's muted. Yes, there were some technical issues, but no worries, we will try to improve in future. Greetings from Finland, from France, so Turkey, so greetings to everyone, of course. Home country Georgia, I see good evening from Indonesia.
Wow.
Yeah.
There are viewers from every part of the world.
As you mentioned, in the Club Cup, we will see top players. Gukesh is registered, Arjun, Kamer, many, Giri, if I'm not mistaken, many top players will be there. So follow us. I see Denmark fans. So yeah, give us your feedback. Let's move on with the camera. Let's see another match where we have Serbia, reigning champion.
Right.
Yeah, Markus, their fourth board. You can see him. Yesterday he was a hero, winning the game and securing 2 match points. Just to remind you, this system of play is first match points. If you win the match, you are getting 2 match points. If it's leveled, 4 games, 2-2, let's say 4 draws, then you're getting 1 match point, and if you lost, of course, 0. And if the total number of match point is equal, then we have this counting of how much you scored with some opponents. That system we will explain a little bit later. Till this moment, it's not so important. So here we have Austria with Aleksenko, top player, 2700. At some stage now he dropped his rating a bit.
2679 at this tournament he has that, but it doesn't matter what is your current rating. What matters is your level, and definitely Kirill Aleksenko is the level of 2700. He's playing another very, very strong player, Alexei Sarana. Both of them actually changed the federation recently, and very likely they know each other. They have played many occasions, and now they have to represent the other countries. Followed to the next board, we have Indic Alexander, very, very strong grandmaster as well.
European champion.
European champion.
In 2024.
And the tallest chess player.
Yeah, grandmaster, yeah, one of the tallest, probably the tallest. Predke is missing. Predke is first board, although Sarana has bigger rating, but Predke is more solid. Sarana is I would say, more player who likes to squeeze. Very skillful in online chess. Sarana was in 2023 European champion in team competition, in individual competition, and in rapid competition.
Oh, he's very
so,
strong.
Yeah, so he killed the competition.
Online too, like the online blitz player in the rapid.
Yeah, he lives in Belgrade, if I'm not mistaken, while Predke lives in Novi Sad, Aleksenko lives in Spain. Maybe he will move to Austria, I don't know that. Yeah, Injic, very strong player, investing a lot in his development, working with Morozevic. Ivic came in World Cup, I think 21 or something, that he came to last 16, so capable of playing super strong chess. Robert Markuc, career high was 26.70. So those players are really, really strong, and yeah, especially in this type of event. Their coach is Ivan Ivanišević, also very strong player himself. In his prime, he was also 26.70. So very strong team. It's interesting that Keti, let's say, like 4 years ago, maybe even more, a lineup of Austria, if you were like watching and the games, for you it will be normal that you see Markus Rager right here sitting, and then you think, okay, this is the first board. But not, that's not the case. Markus is now sitting on fourth board, because previously he was like the main player of Austria. He was 2700, now he dropped his rating considerably. He's allowing some space for youngsters, but Markus Rager, at some point, he was one of the leading theoreticians in the world, and he's playing versus Robert Markus. They know each other very, very well. Here I would expect a draw. Let's move on to Turkey. You want to add something?
The current situation there, we actually going to bring the digital boards and dive into the variations, but at this point you guys have to carry on with us. We'll try to cover some of the games as well, just to show what is the current situation, and later on we'll be able to show you the more of the chess. At this moment, you mentioned that we are going forward and looking at the match between Turkey against Ukraine. Turkey also has a mix of young players and very experienced grandmasters. And the first board we have Gural Ediz against Ponomario Ruslan. We can see Ponomario actually at the board. It might be his time to move. And Turkey has very interesting setup. They have the first board youngster and the last board youngster, and on the second and third board they have very experienced players. I know that some teams have this kind of strategy to have on the first board someone who is who likes to challenge, who can try to win and score the points. And on the second and third board, they have very experienced players to handle on a draws if they need. And the last board, again, very young player who is ready to risk at any moment.
Yeah, I agree with you, Keti. First of all, I would like to point out that Turkey has a massive support, and people are really rooting in teams events. They are really rooting for the team. Here we need to say that the biggest star at the moment, Yagis Erdoğan, is not playing. He's not present here, which is a pity, because as we know, he's really now on fire. He's heading towards 2700. At some point, Ediz was the leader in that race, but Ediz is 2 years older. I think Ediz Gurel is.
You can see him right now sitting on the board. You know what? This is the perfect scenario for. I think that also creates the superstars when there are at least two or more. Same level, same age kids, they're always competing, and it's always one is behind or one is up front, and then they're switching, because never-ending competition between the kids.
It will be like interesting if there would be a matchup. Let's say that Yagis was here, and there would be a matchup between Azerbaijan and Turkey, since Mamedjarov is a private coach of Yagis. He's accompanying him during European individuals that happen in Romania, in Montenegro. What I heard that there is a sponsor from like big, okay, billionaire or millionaire, I'm not sure, but the one who is a philanthrope and who wanted to invest in Turkish chess players.
Oh, wow.
So the amount was really high, something close to $1 million, if I'm not mistaken. So they have coaches and
that's
everything.
so good.
But this is some kind of rumor. I don't know all the facts, but I'm so happy that someone has
This
that
is
kind of
fantastic,
support.
yeah.
So that can he can really perform well. We got the moves, and now we will share with you. But just to add that, for example, Emre Can, board number 3, and especially Yilmaz. Yilmaz was 25-60. If I'm not mistaken, Yilmaz played in World Cup, playing very good matches. Also in some other events, he was 26-60. Emre Can qualified to last World Cup, so those kind of players are very strong. So you cannot count on points.
Do you know
on
that
those
I'm very proud that he's one of the grandmasters that I beat in chess.
Ah, Emre Can?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
You're
bravo,
so surprised.
Keti.
I heard this question mark.
Bravo,
yeah,
Keti.
I did, but he did the most of the part of my job. He just blundered the tactic, which was quite funny. And there was a period when I was playing a lot of tournaments in Turkey because we were neighboring countries, and of course we had very good connections. And I used to play for 8 years in Turkish league. I had a team, and I know them quite well. So there was one of the flights, one of the tournaments that I was going, and I had next to me a person that we started to talk during the flight. It turned out to be his aunt, and we started to talk about that, and out of just a casual talk, we came to the point that we actually learned about that news. And it's such a small world. Yeah, what's the chance that you will meet an aunt of a very good friend of yours that you played at chess?
Not a big one.
Game, yeah.
One thing to add, I saw in chat that Kasper Piorun has joined chat, so greetings to him. A very strong Polish grandmaster.
I wonder why he's not here, because probably he's one of the top seeded players.
Yeah, his career high, if I'm not mistaken, was 2680 or something, or let's see. And he's the best, I think, in problem solving.
Yeah, he's
World
5
champion.
or 6 times world champion in solving the puzzles.
So it's nice to see that our colleagues, grandmasters, are joining the chat, following our channel. So I would say 2670 or something. Oh, 2685.
85.
Yeah, big thing. So yeah, kudos to him, to Piorun. There is a matchup in this Turkey versus Ukraine. Anton Korobov playing on board number 2. I know that he was 2700, so I checked 2720.
Oh wow, that's pretty.
Board number 25. Let's add the board, huh?
I'm suggesting to check the first board. It is against Ponomario. This is very interesting. They're playing very fast, and we might already have some result there.
Let's stay with the camera here. Just add board. Ed is a player who has fantastic manners. He's very polite, very nice, always ready to share some thoughts in interviews. So I'm a big fan of him.
Yes.
Let's get the board. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, so maybe we will.
So this is the current position.
Yeah, we just need to adjust the camera of that match.
They played very fast,
Yeah,
especially
Turkey versus
this.
Ukraine.
He has 1 hour and 30 minutes, which is actually the starting time for all the moves that he played. This is move 18 already, so this is heavy theory. And I'm checking that the game has been played earlier in this very opening, and it was Magnus Carlsen against Vasily. So it happened back in 2024.
It's probably online. What do you think, Keti?
I don't really have the access to see what was the tournament. Yeah, seems to be some kind of online event. And the game ended draw after long play in the end game. So they actually played. Do you think that White's strategy here is just to take a draw, take this game into the end game?
Yeah, sometimes you come to the game, you have 5 or 6 options. Your opponent have 5 or 6 options, scenarios, and in 4 out of 6 you are dangerous, and in 1 you don't have anything. And what happens? Your opponent plays something else, you play a masterpiece, you win the game, and everything is nice. Right. Another time, your opponent just played this line where you don't have anything, and it ends up in a draw, which might happen here. So that's sometimes just a part of professional life of chess pros. You cannot have everything sharp everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to be very flexible and have many scenarios. I love the last move that Black here made, c5, sacrificing a pawn. Ponomario could just take the bishop on f6 and to have this endgame with both of the players having the double pawns. But instead of this, he goes with c5. He's sacrificing a pawn. If White takes this pawn now, Queen takes on f6.
And you cannot
not trading the queens, keeping the queens on the board, and the target is the king because of this pawn structure that is a little bit loose on the king side.
Okay, nice. Yeah, first day we needed to adjust, so I was using the engine, but now I will just use evaluation mark because I like to think myself. This is what Vishy is doing, Anand, and sometimes you get like a better perspective of how tough is some position because you see that engine is giving advantage for some side, but you don't see a move. You cannot understand it yourself, and then you have a little bit bigger respect to players. Regarding Ruslan, I would like to emphasize he was super strong, FIDE world champion in let's say World Cup. At that time that was a World Cup. With 18 years, being 18 years old, entering top 10, at that time he was so skillful in squeezing equal position. I would say like Magnus style. But of course today he's more focused on other things, coaching and so on. But believe me, that player was super strong. As I said, his career high was 2760, something like that. Let's check. He's my age, born in 83. Very strong grandmaster, and I have a massive respect to Ruslan. He was born, actually he was born on 11th of October. So we will...
We might have his birthday celebration here. This is...
And his peak was 2764 in July 2011, and in 2002, being 18 years old, he was 6th in the world.
Oh, that's fantastic. I recently saw his interview at Grand Swiss. Right before the start of the game, he has been approached to share the thoughts or just to talk. And do you know what he said? You know him or?
Yeah, I know him.
Said, it's few minutes before the start. I need to focus.
Yeah. He have this Zen style.
That was a bit funny situation, but yeah. So okay, this is very interesting. We might have the end game here, and this seems pretty equal to me. We're gonna have plenty of the double pawns. 2 times double pawns for black, 1 times double pawn for white, but seems very level. Only 2 rooks left on the board, and black is controlling e-file, white will control the e-file as well, and we might expect the game ends rather fast. Do we have a Sofia rule?
No, I think it's a 30 moves rule that you cannot.
Yeah, we have it.
Yeah, but it's not that you. Sofia, I think, is that you cannot offer at any stage except threefold. Yeah, here I think after third move you can offer a draw. Here I would just to point out that Eddie's coach is Dragan Šolak. Greetings to him. Former Serbian grandmaster representing Turkey for a long. He was 2650 in some stage, and he's master of endgames.
Okay.
So
that's a
I
good
will
point.
open small doors that there is some kind of superb understanding of this position, but also Ruslan is positional player who understands very much
I can take
endgames.
that as I can give that a chance because white has better pawn chain on the queen side and black has these two double pawns. So I would just take that as a chance, as a preparation that your coach might say this is an equal position but pleasant for you. Here's a plan, and you can carry on.
If there is some kind of plan, Dragan is the one who can come up with something which might open some questions. Let's move on. Do you have any other suggestions? I see fans of Netherlands. Yesterday they performed very well. Yeah. So greetings to them. I see that there is a question in English encounter where Gavrilescu is playing versus Reas. What was the move order? Is something wrong? But I don't see anything wrong here. I spoke with my fellow grandmasters regarding this line. We can go with the camera to that match, Romania versus England. So we were discussing French defense. Have you played? No, French defense? Because you were playing Caro. No, French was...
Yeah, and I don't play e4, so
you don't want to have bishop locked. So I was discussing, and they were saying that Winawer, from their point of view, it's a bit dubious in terms of knight f6 is a better move. And then they were discussing this line, saying that white is better in some lines with bishop b7 and so on slightly, but this line can be very tricky.
Oh, we can.
This is queen b.
We should show the board. Yeah.
Let's. Yeah. So that bishop b4 is Winawer slightly unpleasant to play with the black pieces. That knight f6 and particularly this line, which was played, for example, by Agdestein when he was playing Norway chess, and holding versus Koryakin versus Grishchuk, it was very tough to make a breakthrough. So queen b2 was played correctly. So this was just something. So the right move order was queen b2, rook b1, and queen a3. Mystery solved. So that this line, it looks so dangerous for black, because black is completely forgetting about his development. But the thing is, if you are well prepared, armed with engines, it's quite narrow as well. You don't need to learn like supermassive theory. So this line, and if you don't know what to do, it can steer to a draw. So I'm just curious, will Reas come up with anything? If the pawn was, for example, here, then white can maybe claim the advantage, but with the pawn on c2, it looks just fine for black.
Yeah, I agree with that. It looks just. You don't hate to play this with black, right?
No, I was always Sicilian player, but you can maybe imagine that this kind of position can end up from some Sicilian battle.
Yeah. Going to the next board, we do have very interesting scenario already in the game of Luke McShane and Constantin Lupulescu.
Okay, we are staying with Romania versus England.
Yeah, look at this moment. Black just played e5 move, sacrificing the pawn in the center, and basically don't want to play a lot of moves with one piece only, that he already played this. But we can show what was the reasoning of that.
This e5 was played, for example, by Blanco Raica. He was a world junior champion in front of Karpov. and very experienced grandmaster. Being 70 years old, he was 2500 plus rated, which is something huge. He was always very inspiring in those structures with the black pieces, and just playing this e5 at the right moment.
Yeah.
So with bishop d3, always this e5 thing comes to mind, because this knight g4 and so on is targeting later the bishop. I like this approach.
Yeah, so here after queen b3 has been played, this is a little bit inaccuracy. We see the evil bar drops down. But let's say it was the natural approach there, right? To take the pawn on e5.
Okay.
And here's the trick. You take the pawn on c4, you open up the queen's file after bishop takes c4. You have queen takes queen, king takes queen, and knight to g4, attacking f2, e5, and you just have very good pawn structure, better development, and white cannot castle. So it's white's king is in the middle, stuck in between the pieces, and you have to struggle with the c1 bishop that needs still to develop.
Yeah, that's a right thing to point out. I've seen this, as I said, many times in Jankovic's games, and the thing is, engine tends not to suggest
To take.
but this e5, it's not engine's like first option at all. And,
it is not.
Yeah,
it
so
is
I
not
like
the
that.
engine's first move, and it is also not played most of the times by people.
Yeah.
So most of the times people just take the pawn on c4 and then carry on with that line. I also take on c4, and I didn't even knew this e5. I've never seen it. I would love to see it, actually, these variations. What happened into the game after queen to b3 is not a correct move. e4 is a correct move now that black played, and where white went the bishop, or
Not yet.
so anyway, whatever the bishop goes, white's idea is to take the pawn on c4.
Yeah, and I think long term the idea is to exchange the bishops, and then this domination, knight versus dark squares bishop, that something it's always long term threat to white. We have a move. Bishop e2
Bishop
was played.
e2, yeah, bishop e2 to keep
We see Lupo. We can go full screen. Now Luke will come. Luke was a fantastic player, also 27, I would say something. Let's see what was his peak. But
it's interesting what really his reaction when he sees this move.
yeah, he's there, Luke is there,
Because
and he was born in 84, a little bit younger than me. 27-13, war number 29 in July 2012.
this is for sure his home preparation, so his next move will be very fast. Yeah, very, very good. I like this. Myself, I play this one with both colors, and I'll for sure play myself e5 at some point.
Okay, he's now also rechecking his analysis, something he's not in a hurry. But as you said, he is...
Oh, it's not taking the pawn.
He's playing b6 or c6?
I think it's c6.
c6. Okay, so making a stable position and long-term counting on maybe this. So let's give the board back. So
Oh, I actually love this one too. You know why I like this move? It's kind of a waiting move. You need this move to play anyway. And look at the knight on g1. Usually you want to develop this king side first to make sure that your king is safe. But as the bishop is on e2, the knight cannot develop there. Pawn from e4 takes away f3 square, and the bishop from c8 takes away the square from h3, and somehow white is now struggling to develop the king side.
So Luke is 26-14. Konstantin was also 26-50. The point is with the players like McShane. So they're very practical, very skillful. They always try to bring you some position you are not so familiar. Lupo is a player who, if he is well prepared, if the position is in his style, he can outplay even top player.
Yeah.
But the position should fit his style and he needs to be prepared. While Luke is a player who doesn't allow you that. So he always tries to trick you and take you somewhere. So you can ask why Luke is not having 2700 again. The problem is that with practical players who are trying to put psychology, trying to avoid things, trying to take you on some kind of uncertainty, then this can also backfire. You're losing a lot of energy, and he has from time to time some bad games. But I like the player. Like, look, he's also master of endgames. So it's very, very interesting.
Very interesting game. I have a very cool suggestion.
Okay.
Let's go back to the game Azerbaijan and Czech Republic.
Okay.
Board 1, Shahrir Mamedov did something like Greek gift against Thai Van Nguyen. He is the first rated player in the Czech team. He rested yesterday, but today he is playing his very first game, and against Shahrir Mamedov with black pieces, we do have a very nice scenario that very soon we're gonna bring up the board on the screen and we will take a look at.
So it was c4, e6. Of course, Shak is always playing super aggressive. People tend to say that if you're playing e4 before, that was open games, you play d4 close games. If you play e4, you're an aggressive player. If you're d4, you're a positional player. But with players like Mamed, with Aronyan, even Kasparov later, this completely changed. Now you have players, Rapport, who are really, Jobava, really like throwing everything with the white pieces, but starting with d4 first move. So Shak is the one who is always bringing something special. This is non-line, this semi-tarash, usually it goes this way, and here after c5, cd, knight d, e4, knight c3, bc, cd, cd, bishop b4, check. This is non-tabia, but after this move order, knight is not on f3, white can play this rook b1, stopping cd, cd, bishop b4 check, and here you need to go queen a5 first, but then white can sack a pawn, and this is something which is good. So first successful thing, white has avoided bishop exchange, bishop c4 played, queen c7, threatening cd. I always love this position with white pieces, but there are of course players.
Because of this space advantage you have in the center.
This possibility of
the breakthrough as well.
d5. Nguyen is also one of the best theoreticians, so he is familiar for sure with the thing. That's why he was taking on c3. And Shak prepared.
Gave up another pawn and now gave up the bishop, light square bishop. And here we have this position. And once again, you mentioned earlier that we have this engine, and engine has its own thoughts. But when you look at this position, engine says it's equal position, but you cannot assume that this is equal
of
position.
course, Keti. a5, b4, if this happens in some kind of endgame, we can just resign. While at the same time, if white transfers the pieces, it will be a checkmate. So this is like eternal battle, but engine says it's equal because engine know how to parry. I'm thinking now, so we have opposite colors bishops. It's very important to point out that if we remove all the heavy pieces, it will be a draw, because then king can approach and king can set up a blockade. If we leave at least one rook, then king is not so safe. With the queens, of course, even more dangerous for black to come up with king. So with the queens and the rooks on the board, it's important who has better chance of gaining the attack.
Yes. Right now the threat is queen e4, which is very strong threat. The rook on a8 is not guarded, so black has to watch out for this double attack. Bishop b7 looks very logical move to me, to avoid that.
But hang on, Keti. So rook was here.
Why he didn't went
okay.
directly?
So he will catch the queen. Takes, and after queen e8 there is bishop b7, and you need to give queen for the rook and two rooks. But the point now is this bishop and a queen, they are ready to attack, which will tangle white pieces, and this asset of a passer will be just shutted up. So this is something I was saying, that now king can take a role. With queens on the board, king always need to stay
After
hidden.
rook to d1, now black cannot ignore this threat, and black cannot say like, oh, I'm going to give you a rook and I'm going to drop your queen, because now rook from d1 supports very strong pawn on d6, and this pawn can be a serious trouble for black.
So Magnus Carlsen approach, and few players is Mamed is that kind of player that you find a position where engines gives you zeros, but you are confident that in practical play there are some issues, and your prep is basically directed towards that kind of positions.
What kind of player are you? Would you take the one who has this attack and potential?
Always.
Yeah?
I was the player who loved to attack. Just give me the initiative, and I'm ready to sack. I'm ready to move on with aggressive play. This is something I always prefer. But then, of course, Keti, it can backfire, and
Yeah.
I was also losing many games. Let's go to our main match. Let's go to Netherlands versus Poland. I see a lot of fans from Netherlands in chat. Greetings to them. So let's check Giri versus Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek career high, I would say 27, like 30 or even maybe 40. Let's see, I'm curious. Top player, former second of Vichy Anand. Then he was also involved, I think, in Gukesh, no?
He's a team of Gukesh, the seconds of the Gukesh. Actually, Gukesh had a lot of Polish players, and he was one of those players.
So how is your Polish?
Niedobrze.
Yeah, so you are very familiar with Polish chess scene, right?
Yes.
So, Wojtaszek 2750 rating. That's really huge. So Radek is a very great player.
Yeah, he's really
2750. He was world number 15. Now, of course, his rating is dropping because he's more focused on training, but still super strong player. And
that's right. He's actually have his wife here as well, playing for the Polish women team on the first board. So the husband plays on the men's first board, and the wife plays on the women's first board. It's very chess family. There's one very funny story that Wojtaszek told us that he got an invitation from Alina to accompany him for one of the tournaments in Germany at the Grand Prix, and he said that's a good idea to go for holidays, you know, just to have some time himself. And he said, little I knew that I was about to be a second of her, and had to work all for her games, and he's helping a lot to Alina, and Alina is having really good seasons for last 2 years.
Yeah, yesterday she made a draw.
She made a draw, yeah.
It was an interesting game versus Marina Brunello. She was sort of pushing, but in the end it was solid draw with the black pieces. In this match, Netherlands versus Romania. Yeah, just to mention that, so today, look, Van Veli is playing. They are resting Max Warmerdam. Coach of Romania is Ivan Sokolov, originally from Bosnia, but representing Netherlands for many years, winning European team championship in Göteborg, playing first board, also playing many times for the European and Olympiads for Netherlands, but here he's in a different role of Romania's coach, and for him, of course, this is an interesting battle, emotional, because he's playing against his Netherlands. Giri is playing first board here, and of course, a few years ago, the team was different with Tivyakov, who was playing also, of course, Jan Timan long ago. But Netherlands is super strong nation. Also, same goes for Romania. So here, oh, sorry, my bad. I'm saying differently. So Romania is not playing. Okay, my bad. I completely. Netherlands is playing Poland. Sorry, guys, my bad. We will delete this.
Cut.
Yeah. So Luke is playing versus Pavel Teslav, who got viral because this famous scene. But he's nice, of course.
I asked him actually how he felt about that because it can be quite embarrassing. For those who don't know, there was a very famous video that went so far in social media and also on TVs like BBC's and CNN. So there was a rapid game at World Draft in Blitz, and during the game he blundered something and he fell off the chair. And I think most of the chess fans know that video. And you might think that he was upset about that it went viral, but he was carrying on like he was feeling very famous after that. And he was like, yeah, that's not a big deal for me. It was okay.
Blitz game versus Tigran Petrosyan. And it was World Rapid and Blitz in Poland.
In Poland, during the COVID times,
Yeah, and I was yesterday in the playing hall and I saw Pavel playing his first round game. He was about to do the same.
Yeah, he does this all the time. So once he fell down, but the other 10 times he's okay.
So what's going on here in Giri versus Wojtaszek? This is a normal position except the pawn is not on A2 and on B7. So we have this included, which of course gives White a nice outpost. One detail which might be a good advice for our beginners here. Knights, they need to be developed. So you need to find a spot for them, outpost. Usually, and not usually, but these are the squares which are not controlled in future by opponent's pawns. How to get those squares? There is two scenarios. One scenario that you're playing versus weaker opponent, and then the opponent gives you that for free. And second option, that you start pushing your pawns, provoking some squares, holes which you will control. With the bishops, it's a different story. Sometimes they can be active even being on the initial squares, while knights, when they're standing on initial squares, they are really bad. So with bishops, you can just move them for one square or give them free time on their initial spot, while with knights, it's very important to find an outpost. This is not an outpost, while at the same time, this is something. Jordan van Forest versus Simon Gummertz. This is an interesting Sicilian. Usually the king is long-castled, but here bishop f3 stops d5. It will be very interesting to see. Let's see how Luke Van Velle is doing. I think at some point he had something like 1,000 games versus 26 plus rated players, because he was always playing Vaikanze each year. So each year you're playing with like top players. I don't know, for 20 years maybe, and also for national team. Yeah, Luke is very experienced. You know him from Global Chess League.
I know him, yeah. He's one of the best captains that I like to interview. He's always funny. It's just so good to have him at GCL. And his team is the one that is winning 1 or 2 seasons in a row, so they are having.
Which one is this? Do you know? Do you recall the name?
Triveni.
Knights or Kings, something like that. Okay.
Continental Knights. So yeah, he's absolutely famous of his jokes and this and
irony.
Yeah. I really love to interview him.
So Luke is here. Luke is back. Now, of course, he cannot fight in theory along lines. Before he was well known for his theoretical preparation, but yeah, he knows the structures, and the idea is now for him to find some line where he can maybe sidestep the prep or get into familiar structure without massive theory. I play this line, and then there is queen a4 check. Ivan Sokolov has shown me that. Now there is queen d7, and you can take on d7, because after knight b d7, there is knight b5 stuff. I was playing this, I won some games, Norway League, for example, and if you go bishop c6, you come back, and then the point is that this bishop is not placed well here, while queen c2 fits to your plan, so this is something. But he took on d5 first and then played queen a4. So he has his agenda, c6, and now this is the setup from Ahmediyarov. Similar setup. Structure, he is preparing to launch an attack with some d5, and this is known from Polugaevsky's games, d5, and you take, then there is an e5 push. So it's something which he knows by heart.
Yeah, I would say it's quite a level at the beginning of the day. These two teams. I would like to get your attention one more time on the match of Azerbaijan Czech Republic, and then maybe we can go and check out the women's section. Board 2, board 1 we already have seen. It is quite complicated, but board 2 is also somewhere very interesting. We have David Nawara playing with white pieces against Rauf Mamedov, and I just wonder what is that position. Not this one, the second board.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So Rauf is very skillful. If guys you recall last year European Club Cup, he was playing versus Gukesh. I think it was second round, and he was dead lost. But I made the point that if I would need to give this bad position versus world champion, Gukesh, Mamedov would be my top on the list. Probably top 3 for sure. This is the person who can survive in that kind of game. And actually he did. And then he came up from totally lost position. He was putting pressure on Gukesh and then ending up in a winning position. But then I said I would now like to have another player to win this position versus Gukesh.
It will be him again?
No, someone else.
Okay.
But then, yeah, sometimes he's skillful when the things are like threatening his.
So he's good in defense.
Yes.
You know what happened? Just last move here is rook to
Let's check.
h4. Is that necessary sacrifice, or maybe we have some issue with the digital board?
So he's playing this Petrov. Okay, this is known from Caruana's games. Fabi is playing this a lot of times. Usually Fabi takes on d2. So bishop e7, takes, queen d8, knight d4. Just one question. Keti, do you expect in some games that we will see today maybe king's throwing?
Ooh,
no?
Absolutely, yes.
Is this a game where Rauf might throw the king?
Throw his opponent David's king to the other board.
I believe that this kind of event, we won't see it, huh?
Not here.
Yeah.
Not.
So, queen d8.
We might need the AI for that.
Yeah, chess is booming around the globe, so many interesting things. I love the way that we have so many drama around. We were present when Magnus kicked
oh my goodness,
the table.
There.
Yeah, now there was a king
happened?
throw, so what can we expect here? Maybe some drama in the European Championships. So taking this looks slightly better for white, because white has easy option to castle. g5 is probably a necessary move, because sometimes in the opening you have time to develop, your opponent have time to develop, but the outcome of spending that time is much better for your opponent. So if you give your opponent some time to develop, that development will suit him better. So you need to do something quick, and Rauf has this feeling.
Yeah.
This timing is very important. And you said that there is something wrong with transmission.
No, it's not wrong.
That might be something.
Isn't something wrong with
Yeah,
the
but David is a
or?
player who is there to sack an exchange.
Because this is quite unnecessary, I think. It's a very voluntarily thing to do. You could take with a bishop. Just absolutely take that one. Or if you don't want to give up your pawn, play bishop f4.
Yeah, I agree. Bishop f4 is completely normal. So he took on a h4.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. If you take, you cannot take on e5 because of knight f6.
Wait, can we have them on the camera? Maybe we can
Yeah.
check it out if it's...
Let's see Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic.
And this is yet not the match we're looking.
Yeah. This is
No?
Azerbaijan. Yeah,
Is it?
Suleimani on
yeah.
Suleimani and Mamedov on board number 2. You can see him. Navara is missing, and on first board of Czech Republic is Nguyen.
Yeah.
Nguyen.
I see.
So let's
Wait,
get the
they are
board.
both missing, or it is Rauf?
No, Mamedov Rauf is
is
sitting. Yeah,
there.
he's sitting.
Ah, okay. He
So
struggled
he's-
with the sacrifice.
Yeah, so takes. So you mentioned that we can go bishop f4 as an option, or bishop takes, but he went for rook takes, and now if you take, knight e5 allows bishop f6. So you need to do something else. Okay, let's say that he starts to develop. This might be an issue. So if you go knight c5, there might be some knight b5 stuff.
I can also long castle and
Yeah.
try to do this very famous setup of the checkmates.
Yeah, so how to develop now with black? I'm not sure is it too slow, but engine is sort of agreeing that this move is possible.
Can we do something like e6 here?
It's possible, but I believe that he won't take, he will just come up with...
Yeah, we can show maybe what happens after take. Because if you take knight e6, then you cannot really save the pawn on c7.
So probably knight c5 or e5, c5 is sort of the move, and then maybe if you take, I just improved my position. So probably long castle, and now something like maybe c5 is dangerous. Probably it is because knight f5 is coming. So knight c5. But knight c5, will you checkmate me? With some nasty jump, probably. Probably it works, knight b5 or something. And then if you take, there is this nice Morphy style checkmate. So I need to do something here. So, I don't know if it's castling an option. Is this an option? Yeah. Engine agrees. So, grandmaster of this caliber, Rauf, is a very strong player, so he is capable.
I also like that David decided to be very creative, and he just gave up. In
Yeah,
exchange.
I see Fedoseev contemplating about the position, Ulya Fatalieva, Azerbaijani grandmaster, woman grandmaster. So it's already quite interesting. So what
Very
shall we
I suggest
follow?
you go to the women's tournament to check it out. In here we have very nice pairings. We do have Georgia versus Serbia on the first board, but my attention got the match of Poland versus England. I think this is very nice, nice pairings here, but I don't see on the last board, we don't have
So some players are very focused, while at the same time, like Ulvija Fatalieva, okay, she's just standing up, so she's very happy with the outcome of this game. But let's go back to Serbia versus Georgia. So first board we have Teodora Injac versus Nana Zagnize. Teodora, European individual champion. She is on fire. She will now make a debut at Global Chess League this year. So she's a player capable of entering 25 plus club. So let's see how she's doing. Nana, of course, super strong. I would say that she's like top level player, stable
For
top
many
level,
years.
yeah. And that for her, she's super experienced.
Yeah. Georgia's main weapon at these tournaments. She didn't play yesterday. She just came today for the round 2. And a very interesting game is already on the screen. Nana with black pieces. She has a little bit more time, but it's not a very difference to be fair. But I have a question here. White's next, we're gonna have the board on the screen, and very soon we can dive into the games. And here we go. I have a question. Here in Judge just played bishop to f4, attacking the pawn on d6, right? And that just falls for this baby fork of e5, right? Can black just go here e5?
Okay, that's a nice point, Keti. Thanks for showing this. So let's try to analyze. Probably knight e5 is the move. Takes, bishop takes. I want to take on f6 and then follow with queen d7. So let's say that you move your queen, I don't know, let's say maybe even this move. Okay, let's do it this way. You take on f6, bishop takes f6, queen d7, and now some kind of bishop c3. But this should be stable advantage for white. This is like a main scenario. So we need to adjust with the black pieces at maybe this point. So what can we do differently? We can play something like queen c5. Is this an option? But I don't see that I'm changing a lot. So how can black deviate? Okay, I was thinking queen b6, but I don't see this as a move. This is wrong. So queen somewhere. Queen c5, this everything is the same, queen c6. So I need to come up with something different, maybe queen a5. This is the move, I believe. So you take, I take bishop, there is no e5 threat, and when you take on d7, now it's my turn. Now it's my turn, maybe okay, knight d5 is a threat, so probably I need to take on c3 immediately. bc, and now something. Shall we go b6? Is there some tactics with the back rank, for example, like this? Queen a8. Oof. Ooh.
Oh my goodness, that's so beautiful.
This is something which is easy to miss. Now,
when you're calculating.
Yeah, this, and you cannot take because you're pinned. My point was, if you take, there is a checkmate. So these are the things you're calculating and coming fast in your head. So rook d8 is a necessary move. I can go b6.
Well, the point is that if you take on c3,
maybe this is the move.
and then I take on b7,
and I
take on c2, white still has a pawn.
Yeah, this
and
is
it is white to move.
Yeah. So is there anything else I can do in this position?
I kind of like b6.
Keti, you see how this development, you have some concept, it doesn't work, you adjust it.
Another rook, the right rook.
Yeah.
That's rook's.
This is something, yeah, this is something which works. So I'm sure that Nana is ready to navigate all those details.
Yeah, but e5 is not a must move. Here, very common move is bishop to c6. Counter attack the pawn on e4. And to be fair, this is actually more safe scenario for black if you play bishop to c6.
What do you expect?
She's taken some time here, and I think with the e5, pieces are trading, but she has some tactical motives, and she's a very tactical player. But after bishop c6, there are more pieces remaining on the board. So I'm between these two. Maybe we can show that bishop c6, counter-attacking on e4, and after taking on d6, we take everything off the board, and then we have in the end knight to e4.
Which probably doesn't work. So bishop e4 was better, yeah, but this is fine, I believe. You were right.
So between these two options, knight takes and knight takes probably, which one do you think black should
The thing is that e5 kills the game. So if you calculate it till the end, basically you're bringing to your team draw with the black pieces on this level against Theodora Inets, European champion, which is, I would say, a nice role, nice task achieved. So e5 worth investing some 20 minutes, and if it doesn't work, then bishop c6 is fine. If you go bishop c6, maybe just Theodora will move on with something, I don't know, like maybe bishop g3 or something, or maybe moving the queen. So that's also an option. Maybe e5 at some point, not maybe immediately. So I don't know. E5 kills the game.
Yeah. And today, other boards that we have in this match, I would say it's quite level. Even though Georgia is the rating favorite, we might have some interesting results in this match. Right now we have on the screen Mary Arabidze, international master from Georgia. She made a draw yesterday, and today she has white pieces. She's very focused. Her opponent, Elif Mehmed, is missing right now. The position seems rather. They just started. It's pretty equal now.
So let's just make a brief check here. White is slightly better, pushing. So I think that maybe even not slightly, even much better. So I believe that Lela has a nice position, and this is the board where Georgia can expect positive outcome. Adela versus Bella, this is known, and here we have a normal position. So let's go with the camera to another match, to Poland versus England.
Yeah, Poland, both open section and the women's section, they have really heavy opponents.
You are, of course, quite familiar with Alina and Jovanka. Yes.
Yes,
you see them in many events, Keti.
Yeah,
can you share maybe something about Jovanka?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's very funny that you can see there Jovanka on the first board. Funny fact is that we both have the birthday of 10th of June, and we are both Geminis, so we have a lot of in common. Whenever we're together, we have a lot of energy.
Cool.
So and very often when we're talking, I can just relate myself on so many things that she's sharing. And of course, we are working at many events together, so she's a lot of fun. And Alina, speaks very good Polish, which is not good for me because I cannot reach that level. And from Polish people, I learned that she is as fluent as Polish person, so they can't even see the difference. We also have Monika Sotko on the screen.
It's a bit frozen, right?
Yeah, they have to move a little bit.
Yeah, let's show the
Give
games.
us some more.
Yeah, let's show the games. Let's bring the board so we can. So here we have Kero. Joanka, for example, was playing in Norway. I was playing in Norway league for my dear friend JJ.
JJ, greetings to JJ.
Greetings to JJ, Joran. Norwegian friend and his club, Asker, and we were playing versus Joanka's club, and she was playing against Ante Brkic, 26 plus at that time, and she was holding, and he managed to win at the last moment. So Joanka is a Kera expert.
She does have the chessable course in Karokan, so she loves to play that. This is another thing that we have in common. We both play Karokan. We have the same openings as well, and she does have this chessable course that is quite famous. And today we're gonna pull it up on our screen. Actually, we have the board on the screen already. This is the Karokan. I can just recognize that bishop on g4, and the pawn structure as well is there. Very tough to play on the first board. Let's be honest,
but let's check.
All your opponents every day is very strong.
Let's check Alexandra Martevskaya. She's now one kind of player who is playing a really interesting chess. But today her opponent Lan Yao, they were playing in the European woman individual. Lan has improved a bit, Alexandra as well. She's always playing super fast, but here she's under heavy fire. I love this g4 move, so we will keep an eye on this game because
I love this move g4, and you know what Black just responded? e5.
Okay.
So this is very common belief in chess. When someone is attacking on the side, you have to open up the center, and Alexandra just did that. And especially when White's king is still on the starting position on e1, this is a good idea to play e5 here.
Yeah, so g4, g5 is coming, so probably this will be played anyway. After taking the knight or a bishop, this looks bad, so she needs to move the queen somewhere. And then after g takes edge, maybe g6 or something like that.
Yeah, I was just following the line here with the engine, and in case if Black takes the pawn on g5, it's not a correct move. White just brings all the pieces now. Bishop g5, and we can see the engine bar goes all the way up. The queen is quite limited. The queen has to go on e6 at this point, and then the engine move here is d5. You're forcing to get this queen in the center.
And then maybe a long castle or something.
Before you can long castle, you can consider that, but the best move here is a bishop c4. Just dropping this queen all the way to the other side of the board after queen to a5.
Maybe some bishop f6 or something.
First rook g1.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure that
bishop f6 is also a fantastic move.
Yeah.
Well, you're really good at attacking.
Yeah, I like it to attack. I have a feeling.
Can we show what happens after taking this one, just very quick?
Yeah, rook check, and then when king moves somewhere, knight somewhere, maybe g5, huh? This should be a checkmate. Mating four.
Yeah, such a nice idea to drop this queen all the way to the other side of the board, and then just finalize the game on the king side.
d5 is a nice touch. d5 is something which actually, as you said, prepare all the things. But what's the right approach of Black? After g5, maybe queen e7, and after g takes, e takes d4. Is this a recipe? I think, yeah, this is the way how to play and exchange the queens. So when you are under a heavy attack, of course, exchanging the queen is a viable idea. In that match, board number 3, Kielbasa versus Harriet, it's a very stable position, and today we have former European champion, grandmaster Monika Sochko. Her rating has dropped, but she's of course still very, very strong. Here it seems to me that she's
she has
also,
position. Oh, that's really good position for her. We have some moves here after bishop to g4. White actually decided to play bishop to b2, and bishop takes on e2, king takes on e2, and after rook d8, white decided to play f4 to control e5 square, but there is en passant still possible.
Yeah, I don't know if also something like d5 available. Probably not, but this battery is not enough. So let's make a stroll with cameras, full screen, and then we can make a break, because still we are
Our first break, and I love to go to the playing venue to check it out, what is happening there, to gather some information about the players, and then to share it with our viewers. You guys make sure that you follow the ECU YouTube channel and you drop the like button as well, because there will be more and more events on this channel and you don't want to miss any of the action.
So let's make a stroll around the playing court one by one. Let's go with the camera. Okay, this is women's section. So let's go one by one. We can start. Okay, let's finish with the women's section. Let's go to another match of women's section. So let's just go full screen with the cameras. Let's see the situation. Now this camera is working again. Poland versus England. Let's go to Georgia. You see that players in women's section, players are always seated and very determined. Let's go to men's section. Here we see some players strolling around.
Yeah, I think men are usually very curious about other games too, and they're collecting all the information, and women like to just focus on their game.
Yeah, here we have Netherlands, Poland. Erwin Lamy has stood up. Also Tetzlaff is missing. Wojtaszek as well. Jordan van Forest is walking around. You see Tetzlaff now. Let's go on. Let's move on with the camera. All the Azeris have stood up. So Nguyen is thinking Navara, Finek and Stalmach, Czech Republic players, or Czechia, how they call it now. They're seated. Muradli is sitting on board 4, while Mamedjarov, Mamedov and Suleimani, they are missing. Mamedov is walking around. Let's move on. Let's go to Romania, England. So we have Gavrilescu on the board 4 versus Royal. Lupulescu is thinking. McShane is on the move. We can see now that Adams has just made the move versus Deak. All the players are seated. This match is very tense. Let's move on. Armenia versus Croatia. Šarić and Brkić are seated. Now Livajic just came. All the Armenians are there. Martinovic is missing, board number 4. We have Austria versus Serbia. Rager, you can see him versus Markuš, but this is board number 4. Ivic has just made the move. We said Dominik Horvat, board number 2. Now Dragnev just came. Sarana and Injic are walking. Let's go to another match. Turkey versus Ukraine. Edis Gurel is walking. Samonenkov as well. Kovalenko, as I said, very strong grandmaster, the one who can win game after game. Today he's played versus, he's paired versus Emre Can. Keti, I think it's a moment to go for a break. So many interesting things already
Happened, and we are looking forward to see the continuation of very interesting start of the day. And our favorite moment, I think, is the time scramble when the things are getting really shaking. So you guys don't want to miss any of the actions. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back shortly.
See you soon.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
results already. In our first match, Netherlands versus Poland, second board was drawn. Let's check.
This is really early result already. From the start, within 2 hours, a little bit less than 2 hours, the second board is already gone.
Yeah, Gumaras is I would say, a player who is in process of raising his rating. So with those players, you never know. In like few months, he can be 2650. Jordan wants to say that with the black piece, it's stable position. If white is not risking, why I will be the one doing it. So let's get the camera so you could see first that the board is missing. Let's go full screen. Netherlands versus Poland, and we will also add a board quickly so that you can see what has happened there. This is non-line. So here the point is that white is trying to stop d5, but also making his pieces passive. I like this bishop d8. Jordan has found a way to untangle on the queen side, and now they have repeated the moves, which is probably a logical outcome of this position. Black can start rolling his a pawn, but only to a5. White is not allowing that. At some point d6 is a weakness, so here this allows threat on b2. So basically silent draw offer. Let's check the situation in that match. First board, Giri versus Wojtaszek, since we have a long castle. And I don't know, Keti, how about you? But when I see a long castle, that means
like
popcorns,
yes.
popcorns, and let's enjoy the show.
Exactly. I love the castles when we have on opposite sides. And in the playing venue, I just realized that at some point it was only Polish players sitting at the table, and all the Dutch players were running or walking around. And at this moment, it is the opposite. Look at them. Most of the Polish players are gone, and now it is turn for Dutch people to figure it out what is happening here. But for sure, what we have seen is Anish loves to walk. He walks constantly in the playing venue, but his position actually allows him to do that. I love white.
You know what's pity, Keti, that like electronical devices are not allowed. Let's say that we give him an iWatch and then to measure how many steps and kilometers. I believe that it will be some kind of decent number.
A lot,
yeah.
A lot. Well, you can watch. You can't have a watch, smartwatch, but you can have the one that only measures your heart and the kilometers. I think that's a very nice idea.
Yeah, because recently they started, not recently, but it was a process already, which has started long ago, measuring your pulse.
Yeah.
Heart rate.
Well, it's against the some rules of privacy as well. Like it's up to the person if they want or not.
But now next step is how far you go during the round, and then when you say that in total, for example, Giri has made it to, I don't know, city center, that would be cool.
I would be a champion in women's section. I love, like as I said yesterday, I can walk so much that I feel tired and I have to sit down to, get back my breath.
So how about you, dear viewers? Share us your thoughts about, what would you say, how far Giri goes during the round? Yeah, because he's really like, okay, if he's
how many kilometers do you think?
If he's standing all the time, and his opponent is spending, 2 hours, maybe even more? Come on, in 2 hours?
Can walk a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just very surprising for me that when we look at his time, he's actually behind on time. He has like almost 40 minutes. Wojtaszek has more time, and I just wonder when he's thinking, because most of the time we see him walking. And he made the move rather fast as well.
Yeah, so he took on e3, and now he's trying to organize this light square strategy. This outpost is crucial. If, for example, the pawn was here, and black would be able to kick the knight, then that would be a serious issue for white. I just want to update you that in our chat, subscribe to the channel, ECU YouTube channel, give us some feedback. There is a poll, which is already in progress, 22 votes. Which of the top seeded players you want to watch more live? We have Giri, Kemer, Mamed Yaro, or someone else. I was in the playing call, same as Keti. So many stars. I jumped into Shirov.
I would vote for other player. I like to vote myself too. I would vote the other player, and I want to say today, Richard Rapport is playing. I saw him. He is in his hoodie, and whenever Richard is playing, he always gives us a good show. So my vote is for other. I see the votes. A lot of people voted to see Kemer as well.
Okay, cool. So keep up with voting, keep up with giving us feedback. Yeah, we are eager to listen. What's your thoughts? So let's go back. Let's check how about third board, because Luke Van Valley is pushing, or at least he's trying to create a mess. It seems that he's better. Pavel is standing. You can see him. And Luke is thinking.
He likes to walk a lot, Pavel Teslov. One of the games that I was watching him playing in a Polish championships, he had seconds on the clock and he was still getting up and walking. Because this is just nerves.
Yeah, Bogdan Deák style. This is, we can call it even routine. That's his routine and he sticks to it. So white in this position, of course, if white takes, black can take, and that's not something you want to do. D5 is a free passer, but this allows black to create some counterplay. Third option would be to stand still, and I don't know, to start pushing more. If you take on D4, probably E5 is an issue at some stage, maybe not immediately, sorry. Maybe I can just push even H6 in some stage, but engine disapproves. Knight D4 is an option. So, Luke is thinking, probably he's top 10 in this event in terms of experience, like 20 Vaikanzes or something like Hohoven or whatever. So he was playing in so many strong matches, Bundesliga, so he has a really, really vast experience. So he's for sure able to find the right concept to put pressure on his opponent. Then we can go to another game, which is last board. I'm not familiar with Jan Malek. He's a young GM.
He's quite young, and I have seen his name in many events in Poland. He's, let me check very quickly how old is he. Actually made a draw yesterday against International Master. That might not be the best result, but whatever it takes for the team, if there is a need of draw, you can always do it. He's only 17 years old, and yeah, a very good blitz player. I have seen his name in the winning some of the blitz events in Poland.
Yeah, if you have something which will be interesting that we share live, we are always eager to hear, to find about some player. So here Erwin is playing this line, which is well known, just to explain a few things. So in Queen's Gambit, exchange variation, Carlsberg structure, which can arise via C6. Next move, I don't know, Bishop G7. There are several ways. Okay, first of all, there are players who tend to avoid this. So after d4, knight f6, c6, c4, e6, against knight c3 they are playing bishop e4. That goes, for example, for Vichy Anand, some others as well. They are ready to play against the Nimzo, but this line of exchange, Queen's Gambit, is something which is maybe not their cup of tea. Here there is also this move order c4, white wanted to avoid something. So here after cd, ed, bishop g5, we are ending up in the Carlsbad structure. Carlsbad or Karlovy Vary, Czech Republic or Czechia city. So because it was known due to many tournaments. So here there are several ways of playing. One way is to go bishop d3, knight e2, f3, e4. Another way would be to go knight f3, bishop d3, h3, castles, rook e1 and push e4. And the third way is minority attack. Not many options. You have three ways of playing. I was always going bishop d3, knight e2. But here the point is after e3, white wants to go bishop d3, but then black can play this bishop f line, although usually it was played in this move order immediately, but here black included h6. Now stopping bishop d3, and here inviting white to play queen f3, like it happened in the game. And we have this notorious endgame. Vladimir Kramnik was playing that line with the black pieces. And it's funny, Keti, I've seen not many, but a few games where after some maneuvering in the endgame, black ends up with h5, pawn on f4, f5, and bishop, which is eternally locked. I've seen that kind of, or white just pushes f5 and bishop stays locked on
Yeah.
h7. And this is like
Someone
awful.
can ask, like, how is that possible? Like, why you would push this pawn? I have done it myself because the pawn was hanging and you had to save this pawn, you wanted to save this pawn, or white was threatening to push e4 and you just play it,
Yeah.
and then your bishop is just locked in there.
Or as I said, white push
Yeah.
it on f5, and then
you have
it's,
to stop it happening.
yeah.
Yeah,
So this is something which black doesn't want to allow. Magnus was playing this knight e2. This is also known Aronian. So this is like really positionally sound game, and Erwin is experienced player. He wants to take his younger opponent to that kind of game, but it seems that Jan is doing fine. Not much to say in this game. It will be a long
I suggest to go to the match of Azerbaijan against the
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic.
Or
Board.
Czechia, yeah.
We start with board 2. We have to check out what happened. David Navara, Rauf Mamedov, where David Navara actually sacrificed an exchange. And I could see him walking a lot around the playing venue, and Rauf was more still and sitting at the board. Last moves, they...
Rook h6 is
Yeah, he
something
did the
surprising.
same,
I was
actually, with the
expecting
red
this
one.
a6 and then castling, but here Rook h6 was played, which is not an easy move and actually giving white the advantage. Rauf is the guy who likes to break his harmony. Sometimes he adjusts his pieces in not like in a normal way. So he has this feeling how to play with pieces not connected, like potentially weak, unprotected, double attack material, but he is very skillful. And you know, sometimes when he got surprised or his opponent is in some prep, he tends to play a move which is unexpected.
Yeah.
And this
And
psychological
it's surprising for the
swift
opponent.
usually pays him off.
Yeah, so knight b5 has been played
Maybe
now.
long castle is already an inaccuracy. I don't know, was it e6 a move? Is that a move now? And then
E6
knight
is a
b5.
brilliant move because The idea of the rook h6 is to get this rook on c6 and guard the pawn. And after this, f takes c6. Now we have knight to b5, and there's no way to save the pawn on c7. And this is a very good deal for white, because black then remains with these double pawns in the center, which are actually just bothering black's pieces. Instead of that, the rook to castle is not maybe the accurate one, but now I'm interested what will be the idea for Rao, how he's going to handle this situation. Is he going to play rook to c6 to guard the pawn?
Probably. Yeah, rook c6, I believe. He will do it. He will do it for sure.
And do you think that after knight d4 it will be a repetition and a draw? Like the knight to d4, rook to...
Navarre is not that
g6.
kind of player, so maybe he will just move on. But I'm not sure how. Let's say, is it bishop g3 a move? Probably not. So how he moves on? Okay, maybe you're not threatening to take on e5 because rook d8 is coming. So let's say if bishop e2 will be played, you just play a6, huh?
I play a6, yeah.
Okay, this is a mess. This is a mess. I'm trying
now
to
I'm
think.
starting to like this decision of David Nauer to sacrifice an exchange and to have this kind of very interesting position.
Yeah. Although we are in the end game, it's still very complicated and
very
basically
complex.
you need to
a lot of
calculate.
weaknesses in both sides. Let's check also Shahriar Mamediyarov against Atai on the first board and check it out how Shahriar actually developed the position after a massive sacrifices.
So he transferred his rook. So he's allowing e5. It's interesting. e5 is possible, but he's... And e5 was played, and now rook h4, which is a mistake. Keti, if you can help me, could help me. What's going on here? Why this is wrong? Why rook h4 is wrong?
Rook h4 is wrong because there is a better option for white, and the better option was rook to h5. There is a small detail between these two moves, and we have to figure it out what's the reason. And the reason is that when you play rook to h4, it's not attacking the pawn on e5. So black just played rook to e8 and guards the e5 pawn and wants rook to get involved. But with rook to h5, you bring more pressure on e5.
Yeah, got it. It's really hard to grasp all the nuances, but Shak seems to be very confident, and this looks really scary to play against him.
Right.
Then in this match, we have another game which is getting interesting. It's Muradli versus Talmach. So around here, they played this move, order, and so it looks a bit stuck, but I don't know. Maybe it's fine for black. h5 will be played, rook d1, rook d6 sometimes can be a motive. So I'm curious, will white go for it? And that match, Soleimani is trying to put pressure over Václav Finek. Interesting, but maybe it's a moment that we go on. Anything else in this match?
This match is very interesting, and just we can just keep the eye on it later
so
on.
let's move on. Maybe Romania versus England, and you have another. You mentioned Rapport. Okay, let's check our stars. We don't need to just follow match by match. So let's see how, for example, Rapport is doing. Then we can check Fedoseev, Keimer, Shirov. So Hungary versus Finland. So Rapport is trying to create an attack, but it looks, was it the Chigorin? Which line was this? No, it was the Dutch defense. Let's get the board. So Rapport, yeah, this d3, this was known. The idea is to go e4 and then after knight c6, d4. This is a theory which is frozen in my mind for like 20 or even more years. This was well known, and now on e6, yes, there is even d5 move. This was played. Our ginger GM was the one, Simon Williams, greetings to him, who was using it. Rook b8, interesting concept. He just wants to prepare maybe bishop b6, bishop b7. And now he switched to dark squares strategy. But white reacted very well. I don't know. It looks quite solid. What do you think?
White has very nice position, I think. If I could choose, I would probably choose the black pieces because I really like this nice centralized in the center. But I feel that this might be a longer game, and then when we have the moment where we're closer to the 40 moves, when they have less time, then maybe some inaccuracy can happen. But at this moment, it's quite solid from both sides. I was wondering if we can take a look what's happening in the game of Germany versus Switzerland. Germany had a bad day yesterday. They lost the match, but Switzerland had really, really nice fights, and now they're facing each other. So we can take a look how Vincent is doing.
Yeah, I just wanted to add regarding this match, Finland versus Hungary, that Finland is missing their top player, Tomi Nibak. He was really, really strong. I think his career high was 26 plus, maybe even more, and I think he even beat Carson at some stage. So
there are not many people beating Carson.
Yes, exactly. So Tommy is a really good player, but unfortunately, I think he's not playing for a long, because when I was playing for national team, it was quite common to see him. He was born. He's a little bit younger than me. To see him all the time playing for his board. For Finland, his peak rating was 26.50.
But he's not here, right?
Yeah, that's actually, with him, I would love to see game. For example, him versus Rapport. Yeah, I have a feeling that he won somewhere versus Magnus, but guys, you might help me with that info. Okay, let's move on. You mentioned, sorry, I forgot.
Vincent came on.
Okay, let's check. Germany, I see the
they're first-seeded players, and for sure we're going to see them somewhere in the middle of the tournament coming back on the top boards.
Yeah, I saw that Kamer is playing this reverse Benoni. So he's trying to create chances, but Sebastian is a tough nut to crack. He's really stable player. He knows theory. If you avoid theory against him, he's fine with that. Okay, for me it looks, of course, everything is connected with this b4 push. So will white push it and then take on d4? One name springs to my mind regarding that kind of structures. Was before just played. Yes, that was the case. Ding Liren at his best. Yeah, he was very good. Actually, I think he won versus Gukesh in similar line with the white pieces in the World Championship match. So he's very dangerous. He was very dangerous in those structures. So Vincent is trying to play theoretical chess, but from time to time he wants to be the one ready playing something without massive preparation. And it seems to me that this position is very good for him. He's slightly better, or maybe even much better. This b4 is coming. and after AB, he will just conquer the d-pawn. But still, it's not so simple. In that match, we have Bruban, European individual champion from Romania, in March, yeah, Germany, but of course, yeah, he's also now the one who will participate in candidates. So let's see how Matthias is doing. He is a pawn up, but it seems to me that this position is not better for him. What happened? 95 tactics. Maybe it was unnecessary tactics, because this pawn, of course, can be pushed, but it won't be easy for him to claim the advantage. So I'm not sure what will happen in this game. Maybe we will.
So we still have, I think, very balanced match so far. And even though that the Germany is a rating favorite,
so he wants to take here, yeah.
Still carry on.
Is now rook b8 the move, or queen d4? Let's say maybe queen d4. We can start. I was thinking rook b8, but this is wrong. Queen d4.
Queen d4 attacking also.
Yeah, and preparing this rook b8, rook b2. So I'm not sure what will Matthias do. It looks to me that this is steering to a draw. I mentioned Shirov. Whom else we can check?
Yeah, we can check Maurizio. He has fantastic position. Italy versus France.
Yeah, I checked. He was a bit nervous. I came at this point. So Moroni was thinking, and in the end, in this position, after knight c4, bishop g5, queen c4, Moroni went for this bishop e7, but this is just a bad position. Even
pawn search is going on the queen side. a3 is coming now, and look at this monster bishop on g7.
Even if it's not an equal, it wouldn't be an equal material. That would also be good for black. So black is having a fantastic position. It's just, it plays it itself.
Oh, 95. That's a piece sacrifice.
What for?
95.
And when we move the bishop, what, d6? Doesn't look super threatening for black. I think that Maurizio is just winning the game. So I mentioned...
there was no other choice for the white, because the knight was actually trapped. Oh, the knight is trapped. That's wrong on this position. That's why it's so lost. I was just thinking why the engine is so dramatic here.
But he voluntarily prepared.
No. At the point when black played a3, it's already lost because of b4.
Okay, rook a2 is coming, but he doesn't need to play with the piece down, so he can go something like, I don't know, and then he will be a pawn down, but it's probably just dead lost.
But where you go the... you mean...
So he played rook d1 to sacrifice, on d5. Yeah, but anyway, looks like a bad position. Where is Shirov? Let's try to find him. Also, I saw that this game is interesting. Vignir versus Arkady, since this is King's Indian, my beloved King's Indian. And yeah, it's interesting that in this position, Arkady opted for locking the position. This is not a common concept. Usually you want to keep a chance for exchanging your dark square bishops, but this means probably that you're going all in. I don't see any other point.
Yeah.
Will he sacrifice?
He will sacrifice, I guess. At some point, he has to sacrifice.
Or he will just play long term, place his knight on g3, and then move around. But this is a game we should at some point come back.
It's very interesting.
It will be a long.
As long as the c8 bishop is still there on the board, I will not be
So
quiet.
let's see how Georgia is doing. Yesterday they were heroes, local heroes, and today we have Tsatsalashvili playing versus Shirov. Probably young Shirov would be very nervous in this position because there is not many options to attack now.
Yeah. And the time is more or less similar, half an hour for both of the players. The interesting game is on the third board, Badur Dropava against Daniel Yufa. We can take a look at that.
Sure. Let's do it. Okay, this looks scary. Daniel is also a practical player. He's the one who can play like 50 moves game. There will be like 4 or 5 mistakes, but he will prevail in the end because his opponent will make 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, well, it's quite strange how Badur just decided to allow Black to have a close center and also the attack on the king side, because he could definitely do his own attack on the queen side without d4. I think d4 is a big inaccuracy here, but you can just go b4 in that position.
Yeah, as you mentioned.
And clearly it is white who plays on the queen side and then black on the king side. But with a d4, you kind of help Black to start the attack. And obviously it is always better to attack on the king side rather than on the queen side.
I like the way how Daniel immediately played this bishop b8, c6, h5, h4. This is a class. Yeah, this is a class. So kudos to him. I like it. I like it a lot.
There can be some ideas of like, the question is how Black is going to break through the king.
Yeah,
right?
usually knight h7, knight g5 is the idea.
There's knight g6 as well. You can
Yeah.
always look for knight h4, nasty sacrifices. Rook e6, rook g6, this rook lift is also there. And white's plan is not so clear on the queen side.
Yeah, of course, everyone would take black
To
in
attack
this
the king,
position.
yeah.
That's why we live for, right, Keti? Yeah, to launch an attack. Why to play chess? To defend. How is Slovenia versus Denmark? Since there we have Fedoseev against Bjerre, which is an important match, of course. So,
can I suggest a game, because the blunder just happened at this moment. Haik Martirosyan might lose his game immediately against Leon
Livajic, Croatian player. Okay,
Yes,
let's check that game. Let's see how Leon is doing. Leon is playing now in Bundesliga first. We can also find them on the camera. So it's Armenia versus Croatia. So let's see that game. So what's going on here? Leon is playing in Bundesliga first board. He played like super crazy game versus Arjun, making a draw. Then he lost versus Mamedyarov in a tough game with some prep.
Yeah.
So he knows how to play now versus strong opponent. Haik is struggling a bit. So let's see.
Let's go to the
This is the position.
So the move h3.
So let's just briefly check what was going on in that game. So it was Nimzo, bishop d2, okay, c5. Leon is of course tactician, young player. He likes to attack. So he offered the pawn sack. Maybe this bishop d3 was unnecessary. Is rook c1 a better move? Probably. I'm not sure. Haik was thinking. In the end, he opted for that. Haik is, by the way, a big fan of Real Madrid. Following matches. Okay, there are many Real Madrid fans. Magnus Carlsen, Sergei Movsesyan, and so on. Takes, d3 happened. So 2 pawn sacrifice. That was brave. If you go g3, then bishop g4 probably at some stage puts pressure. But maybe that was necessary. Hang on. So after g3, I'm trying to understand. Ah, okay, but I can also take on d3 at some stage. What am I blundering? Trying to find out. Aha.
95.
95. Bravo, Keti, thanks. So after g3, what would be a move? Maybe bishop h3? Is that a move? Maybe. Yeah, and then you cannot castle. So he went for castle, and then came knight f4, rook e1, bishop g4, yes, queen d2, looks still in a normal zone, and then came this a3, h3, a big blunder.
This is completely crazy.
So what's the line? So rook takes.
Rook takes, and now you just
Take on h3. Or take, no, I take on f3. And if you take g takes, check, check, and checkmate. So what was he missing?
in this. It's very complex position. H3 is obviously the blunder.
So let's say, is it a threat? So if you go b5,
yeah, rook e2 is a threat.
So he haven't noticed.
Yeah, and it's a checkmate. It's the only move that is good here for white is something unbelievable,
Right.
knight to d4.
Oh,
So basically you want to get rid of this pin, and if queen takes on d4, then you have bishop g4,
okay.
and now there's knight to g2.
Mm-hmm.
And after that one, the move that keeps the advantage here for white is rook to e4. You know what's funny? After taking on e4, if you take it, there is a checkmate on the back rank.
Yeah, another back rank motive. So remember, guys, when you see this setup, always there is a chance that this motive will
So
become
knight
of
d4
importance.
was the move that white had to play, but it's not the end there. Black could play knight to g2 after knight d4. King takes g2, and now queen takes on d4, and we don't have this rook e4. Obviously, the bishop cannot jump.
Okay, this
Rook
looks,
can jump
looks
over.
fine for black, but maybe white can rearrange his pieces.
Yeah, something like h3 and bishop f3 is the engine suggestion
Let's
here.
go
and
full
white
screen.
can-
Let's, with the camera, let's see, is Haik Martirosyan aware that he's now just
Oh, he's
busted?
very much aware of that. Look at this. He's fully covering his face, and that's the blunder that you don't really do at this level. And that's the blunder that you cannot do much about it, right? It's not something that you just blunder the pawn and you can carry on. It's a checkmate threat that black is threatening in this position. And I see the captain of the... Oh, look at that. They had some issue of the... and the first board is also finished.
Drawn.
Oh.
Let's get the board.
Is this a draw on the first board? If that's a draw, they might struggle second round in a row. Because remember first round, they also started with one lost.
And in the end, they managed. It was versus Lithuania. And here, so
Was it a draw on the
draw
first round?
Šarić versus Sargsyan. Let's check. Hang on. Something is strange here. I have some issue with the game.
You can
Let's-
just type it there.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw.
So Shan took an exchange by playing this idea. So it was King's Indian. Massive liquidation. But in the end, it was drawn. 31st move, as we mentioned, you are allowed to make a draw
to offer,
offer
by the
a
offering,
draw.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the board 3, Haik Martirosyan and Leon Levic.
Yeah.
How you say that his name?
Leon Levic.
Levic. This game might end very, very, very soon because black just have an extra piece.
Yeah, I was showing to our technician that I need to adjust something with my board. So let's just reload it. Now it's fine again, so let's go back with the board. Let's see how Hovhannisyan is doing versus Brkic. So here it looks very stable, and the last board, the one in front, the camera, we have Martinovic, probably slightly worse, versus Aram Hakobian. While at the same time Martirosyan, once again, we can go full screen with the camera to that game, that
The
match,
game will be over
because
very, very
Martirosyan has now made a move.
Rook to e4 has been played. Martirosyan is given an option to the opponent to take whatever rook you can take, and then I'll try to carry on with this game with piece down. But in that position, there is actually a brilliant move. Black can just ignore those rooks and take the pawn on g2, destroy the king side even further, and keep both rooks attacking.
Let's get that position. Let's get the board back to show. So rook e4 was played after bishop f3, g takes f3. We mentioned that it's end up in a checkmate, but after bishop f3, rook e4, knight
takes
g2, it's even worse. But come on, it's hard to resist to take on e4.
Oh, not really?
Yeah, and then you're just a piece up, and okay, 2 pawns is not enough.
I'll take knight.
Yeah, I don't know, something like just a move, or make a move, any move, like open the king or something, or maybe even go 96. So it's just dead lost.
You know, there are 2 types of blunders. The one that you can still continue the game and try to save it, and second like this, that you just don't have any chance. So
yeah, so
that's very
Armenia,
upsetting for Haik indeed.
because they came with a big expectation on this board. He's 26 plus rated player, white pieces, and suddenly they are having 2 blacks, and they need to score at least 1.5 to level the match.
But we have to also shout out the perfect play of black here.
Yeah, Leon did a great job.
He sacrifices the 2 pawns, and he actually gave no chance to his opponent to survive in that position. Can I show you one engine line as well, which is also very crazy? At that crucial moment, instead of h3,
Okay.
instead of h3, there was the other way to save the game. Knight d4 we figured out already, and there is also bishop to f1. So basically, after taking on f3, king is open, but you have bishop on f1, and that saves the king. So black, of course, is not taking the knight, and instead of that, there is knight h3 move. So point being that if you take that knight, then I'm keeping the bishop on the board, and then the queen gets into the game. It's a checkmate. So you cannot take this knight. King has to step aside on h1, and now you take bishop f3, pawn takes f3, queen takes f3, bishop g2 to cover the check, knight to f2 check, king to g1, and then you bring knight back on h3 check. And this game might end in a draw.
Very nice, very nice.
With a repetition, king h1 and king g1.
Very nice point. I just checked in chat that our viewers helped me that Nibak has a win and 2 draws versus Magnus. Actually, he won.
And no lost.
Yeah, no losses. The draw was in Tromsø 2014 Olympiad. So yeah, my memory is usually fine.
That's just like me against Magnus Carlsen. No lust. I've never played against Magnus. Oh, I played once in a simul. Have you played against him?
No, I played in many tournaments. We played together, but never against each other. Yeah. Okay, so this is an interesting match to follow. How about other matches? What's going on in Romania versus England? Let's get the camera there as well. How is Deac doing versus Adams? So Deac is a positional player. Is it possible, Keti, to win against a positional god, Michael Adams, with positional play? Maybe it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. If
But
you know
less
some
likely.
weaknesses of your opponent.
But less likely. I think now that Mickey is enjoying his game because I know he has spent so many hours at the board in that kind of position, so it's not easy to outplay him. But let's try to learn something from this game. So you can see, so he enters isolated pawn structure, he doesn't mind to play it. There was a famous game, I think he won it was maybe drawn versus Magnus. It was London Classic. I think Mickey played a fabulous game with the black pieces.
You have such a good memory.
Yeah. I connect some situations.
I shut down my brain after one round. Like enough, another round comes now.
Yeah. So he has played a fabulous game because I think Magnus was rolling his pawns on the king side, while at the same time Mickey just opened the position, come with his rook on c2. And I think that in the end maybe it was drawn, but he was pushing and he was actually the one not happy with the draw, but maybe he even won that game, I'm not sure. So he's very familiar with all those details. He knows when to push this a5, when to get the game. So sometimes they say you shouldn't take the bishop in this isolating pawn structure because knights are more important when you are the side who is having an isolating pawn, or basically don't want to exchange the pieces. But he did, because he has his own reasons. This bishop g4 was probably an important step to provoke f3. And now black has a weakness, but white does the same. So rook e8, moving, and we will end up probably... Can I go for opposite colored bishops? Maybe not. So what's going on here? This is probably slightly better. Is there any tactics of bishop h3 in some stage? Queen f2 or something? I don't know. Trying to see.
You can do... Oh, there's one. Oh, I can show you one.
Some bishop h3 or what?
I know, rook to d8. But it's not working, of course.
Rook d8.
Queen b7. Bishop 2.
Yeah, and
bishop c6. No, bishop c6.
Fantastic, Keti. Bravo.
Queen
I love
takes
it.
c6.
And queen e1.
First take.
First take
Take
on
the
d1.
rook,
Sorry, I
yes.
need to take the rook. Sorry, I forgot.
I do a lot of tactics.
Yeah,
My
that's
brain is
nice.
just
That's nice. That's nice.
hard.
Yeah, I love it. But here, is there any chance that some
But we made
move
everything
like
wrong
bishop
for
h3
white,
is working not in this position, but how to? Maybe to start with queen f2. Is this an idea? But then you go bishop d4. If you go queen f2, you go bishop d4. So why this position is equal? What's the idea?
You see, like, we made a few moves and it's not so equal, so you have to find some...
Maybe bishop e6 to force you to take on b7, and now something like queen somewhere. But it's not so simple. Bishop b3 maybe, yeah. Okay, this is, for human, this is something reachable.
Yeah.
But also, okay, that was actually my point, but maybe he doesn't need to take. If he plays something like bishop e6, is it an option? Being pawned down, but with two bishops.
Two bishops.
Now Mickey is thinking, Let's go full screen. I'm curious with the camera to see how determined Miki is. Deak is walking, typical scenario.
Walking and thinking. I have a very nice game to suggest, another tactic. This is Greece versus Israel. And board 2 is very sharp, and we might already have some game over there.
Okay.
Greece versus Israel.
Let's find it. Which game you mentioned is?
Board 2, we have...
Banikas, or who is playing board 2? Stamatis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stamatis against Sokolovsky.
Okay, let's get the board.
And we're going to see right now the final position on the screen. E5 has been played, and this is a winning move. Even though the knight on F5 is hanging, you cannot take this knight because after G takes F5, there's Bishop F6, and you are just lost on the king side. If you take the pawn, there's a trade, and then Bishop F6 attacks the rook on D8, and you don't have time to take on F5.
So what was actually...
G6 was a blunder.
But here, yeah, what was the right move? G5? But this is tough move to play.
I would say knight C4, is that a possibility? Just to control E5 square.
That's nice. Yeah, you're right. That E5 was crucial to stop.
But the move like G5, you would expect to move this knight away, and you don't look for other candidate moves, but look at this E5, such a nice move.
I love it. Let's go back to Romania versus England just to check. So Miki is thinking, he took on E3 in the end, King H1, and now let's get the board. So he took on E3, and now we expect this Bishop E6 to happen. At the same time, on board number 2, we have Nisipianu versus Gawain Jones, and this looks slightly better for white, but not much. Lupulescu we were following in the opening, and it seems that he managed to come out of the problem of being surprised in the opening and managed to sort of outplay his opponent. Okay, still it's not clear. No, black is doing fine. No, black is doing fine, but he's burning a lot of time. And the last board we haven't played.
Maybe we should go to the game of Shahir Mamadiro. He has completely winning position. This game might just end in a
Let's go with the camera as well to Azerbaijan versus Czechia or Czech Republic. So Mamadjarov doing his favorite stuff, attacking. I can say that Nguyen was very brave entering this kind of position versus Shak.
Oh wow, there was a nice sequence there. And look at that, black could just play king to G8 and repeat the position, right? Because white don't have much, bishop on E2 is hanging, B2 is hanging.
I would think that he wanted to play for a win.
He wanted to play for a win, but there was a small tactic that he blundered here.
So how would Shak proceed with Queen S7?
Yeah, he has to. According to the engine, he has to repeat the...
There is no other way instead of checking?
Yes, Queen H8 is another way. That you
yeah, but in that position, anything else besides checking?
No, this is the only
I don't know, let's say bishop somewhere.
If you carry on the game, then there is...
Then you're lost.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that Nguyen was once again brave, but
and you know what
he
he blundered here? Queen G6, and you cannot take rook, neither the bishop, because there is an amazing one.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
That was a blunder?
Yeah.
Or maybe here, he saw this rook G8, and after Queen E4, he was maybe thinking to take on H4.
Oh, actually, the game just is just over. We can see on the
Yeah,
camera
let's go
there.
full screen. Let's check the final moments. Rajabov is there chatting.
Yeah. Rajabov there.
They are
chatting
leaving.
with
Petr
his
Boleslav.
teammate. That was a very, very nice end, but quite unexpected from the such an experienced and talented player like Tai Nguyen to blunder mate in two. Wow, that was. This is another thing when you are on the side of the attacker. Like we were talking, which side would you take? The one who attacks or the one who has extra material? It's so much easier, right, to attack the king.
So let's go back with the board. So after Queen H4, that was a check, but after Queen E4. So what if White takes on H4? So how do you deliver?
Oh, you lose the queen, yeah? F5.
Ah, F5. There is no checkmating net. It's just discovered.
So basically, with Queen E4, you save your rook, and you want to play Queen D5.
Instead of Queen E4, everything else loses. So maybe that was a blunder. So
Yeah.
he
Queen
maybe.
E4. Queen E4 is the move you can easily miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let me check very quickly how much time they spent for all those moves. There was some time. Shahriar invested a lot of time for Queen H5 to look for that moves. Queen F2 was played very fast in 1 minute. And then G6 was played after 8 minutes of thinking. So he was calculating some lines.
Just one question. So after, I'm trying to grasp, is it that simple that
Yes.
Shah was heading for a draw? So instead of Queen S7, okay, Queen S7, King F7, is there any move now, or instead of Queen H5, come back? So he maybe wanted to repeat.
No.
So how about this Rook H6?
I don't know about this rook.
Okay.
Maybe we can put it on the
Yeah,
board.
so Rook H6, maybe that was his idea.
And point being that
If you take,
yeah.
You're checkmated.
Here.
And probably Rook
I don't
H7,
see-
Queen H5.
Rook H7.
Yeah, I think Rook H7, Queen H5, this should be a checkmate.
Oh,
So maybe I think you know, sometimes you do some action before your opponent. So maybe Tai was unhappy with this Queen Rook H6 move, so he didn't want to repeat because he sensed that was coming.
That was
So
coming, yeah.
Rook H6. I know Mehmet, somehow I cannot believe that he went for a.
For a draw.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this move would have happened. So what now? It's not an easy task.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
let's
are
go
the
Rook
moves you
G8.
can play?
Rook G8. Now there are several moves, right? Bishop takes, pawn takes. Let's say which one looks.
This is a bit crazy.
Yeah, let's say pawn takes. You still cannot take on B2, right?
Oh my goodness.
cannot.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah. Rook F6. Oh, what
Oh
a
my
checkmate.
goodness, that's a beautiful one.
So
You know what I love about chess? After playing for 5 years, there are some situations that it still surprises me and makes me really happy to see, like this move, Rook F6.
yeah, because you know sometimes, how should I say, those engines tend to, as I said, trivialize the situations. But those guys are really like, I know what Shah can see.
Shah
Yeah.
is better than
So
engine.
yeah, at some stage, yeah, I'm sure that he would move on. And engine tends to say, sometimes, as I said, to lead you to wrong direction.
No.
I'm
And
sure
you know
that
what the
Rook
engine
H6 would
suggests here
happen. Rook H6
to
would
make a
happen.
draw, Rook H6, Rook G8, and the engine says King E6. There is fine, and you carry on. It's not fine. I don't think this is fine position for black.
This and then King E6?
King E6.
Oh, come
yeah.
on.
You know what's the point here? Rook is hanging and the bishop is hanging. It's a double attack.
Okay, and then can I avoid? Okay, so he would play Rook G6. He would move on.
Rook to 6. And if I take, there's again checkmate.
Ah,
Yeah?
but maybe not king d7, king f7. Or let's say if I take on f6 first, instead of, so you queen b2, I take on f6.
I would take this position with white pieces any day.
Yeah, so he can repeat the moves. I'm sure the Shak would go for it. So it's important, we're trying to clarify the situation, because you might get the feeling that maybe Nguyen was avoiding a draw, but who knows? It seems to me that Shak was the one.
Yeah, now as we dived into the variations, first of all, he doesn't blunder. He doesn't want to repeat the position, because what you said, rook h6, is something that he was looking at. And also, after rook h6, it's not so clear to make a draw in that position. So.
And it's really very hard to navigate without the engine. Okay, you have a fellow chess player, give them that kind of position, and you will see how hard.
Also when your opponent is attacking with the queen and the rook and the bishop, like all these pieces, how do you feel actually? Like you feel that you are just lost, not even worse, you just, and it very much depends how you feel, how you evaluate the position. So, yeah, I'm sure Shahir was very happy with this kind of.
Yeah, nice victory from him. He's on fire.
Can we show again how all this started? It was bishop h7 that gave him all these chances to expose the king.
So, that was all prep. They were blitzing the moves, you can see by the time situation. That was all blitzed up. And as I said, Mamedyarov has this strategy. I will find the position where it's equal according to the engine, but there are a lot of things
that
to play for.
My opponent has to deal with, yeah.
So maybe this rook f3 is not the precisest way, but actually he made it look so simple, huh?
And remember we mentioned that rook h5 is a better move by the engine, and rook h4 not so much, but look at him. If you play rook h5, then you don't have the queen to come on h5. So, yeah, wow. This is just, so far this is a game that I am really very much impressed in the round too.
Yeah. Let's move on. How is situation in that match?
The situation is actually very tense. We do have Navarra against Rauf on the second board, and Navarra is keeping really good position. We have a few more moves here.
So we left around here. Castle was played. Knight b5. It's strange that Rauf went in this direction, because this looks very unpleasant. And Navarra is like really like a computer when he starts calculating, and this is very vivid position. So you see rook g8 starting, so he's not afraid to leave his knight locked. So yeah, now David is the one who is leading the game.
He might be very comfortable in this position and might already feel that he's the one who is trying to win.
Czech Republic can hope for something in this game. How about Sulejmanli versus Finek? Two bishops, right?
No. We already have the end game with the two bishops and the bishop versus knight. And I wanted to ask you the question: what are the chances here for white? The engine. Look at the engine bar. It says white has big advantage, very close to the big advantage. Do you think it's enough to outplay your opponent just because you have pair of bishop advantage?
If you're Magnus Carlsen, yes. For sure.
Yes, that we know.
So if Magnus would be white here, then it's like 80% chances that he would win, no matter who is his opponent.
Unless it's Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, yes. But he knows when to activate his king. He knows. I've seen, like, if it's classical game, that can maybe do top players besides him. But let's say in Blitz and Rapid, he can do the same. So he can even have a control marching with his king, because it's not so easy. Knight is jumping opponents.
That's actually worse for his opponents, because when they don't have time, it's much harder to play.
I've seen many online games where he was squeezing and winning easily. He starts rolling his pawns, enters with the king, exchange bishop for a bishop or for a bishop for a bishop, and then enters, or bishop for a knight but dark square bishop, and then enters, penetrates and wins. 80 moves, but he is always dominating. So here Aydin might be a younger player.
Oh, he's very talented.
Yeah, so with younger players sometimes they don't have that kind of patience, but I believe that he was coached. Actually, you know that Azeris in 2023 last European Team Championship were accompanied by Shereshevsky,
Okay.
famous endgame expert, and so probably Aydin was also the one who was involved in that training process, so he knows how to deal. I would say that this is very unpleasant position.
Yeah.
This is like 70% chances for white to win, 30 for a draw.
And going to the last board in this match, let's check it out what is happening here, because so far if we have second board winning for Chag and then this board winning for Azri, then it comes down to the last board.
I was expecting here some kind of rook d6 move to happen, but probably just dreaming. So listen, Muradli, on a good day, he's kind of player who can win, like or score heavily in this competition. So he's known that he's capable of winning games in a row. So I believe that they are counting that on the last board he is a favorite. Here there is not a huge rating difference, but a kind of. But it seems that white is doing quite fine here as well. So it's not so simple. How is Anish doing? Let's switch to let's go back to Netherlands versus Poland.
Anish has a slight but very pleasant position with white pieces against Wojtaszek, and in this match we do have only one result, and that was the second board. It ended in a draw.
Yeah, we mentioned this. How is Luke doing? So in this position he went for this bishop b5, which is also something expected, and this is really interesting, this X-raying. But Pavel seems to be confident, although he's very long time, 8 minutes. It looks scary, but engine is not worried. I would be. And last board, Lamy is in this position, which is slightly better for white. This is known Bobby Fischer's maneuver. I would say that he's under big pressure here. So let's move on.
I have a suggestion and I have a lot of questions.
I was
Maybe
actually,
you can help.
sorry for interrupting, I was thinking that we should just check Fedoseev, Denmark, because Denmark yesterday they really did a great job. By the way, Gural made the draw versus Ponovarev, Ragor versus Markusz, something we sort of expected. But I would love to see how Fedoseev is doing. He's 27-20, top-rated player. Against Jonas, Jonas having two blacks versus Kamer and Fedoseev. That's tough. That's really tough.
It's very tough, but I see that he is having really good position right now.
So what happened here? I got an info that Vladimir has sacked a pawn. So let's see how. Oh! Was that a sacrifice?
What was the sacrifice?
When bishop queen g5, double attack.
Oh yeah.
Phew, I cannot believe that this was a sacrifice. I think it was a blunder.
It was a blunder, yeah.
Strange.
Oh no, let me check the timing. We can figure it out.
Afterwards, how fast he was playing after bishop takes h3.
So the castle was a blunder, yeah? We would
Yeah,
think
so before castle and after castle, how long he was thinking?
7 seconds.
After castle or before?
So, okay, let me tell you the whole numbers here. When castle happened, there was three minutes. White was thinking of 3 minutes and then he castled. Black thought for 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes, and took the pawn on h3. White blitzed out f4, and then black spent 10 minutes to think bishop to d7. White spent 2 minutes to play queen to e1. Black spent 5 minutes to play e takes f4. And then another 7 seconds for taking the pawn. He was playing very fast. And then the moment he started to think was rook to f1. He spent 11 minutes for that. And then next move also 7 minutes. You know what I think? He at this point when Bjorn here thought 9 minutes to take the bishop on h3. You know, you just need a second to recognize that you just blundered. So I think he was also thinking at that moment. And then when here Jonas played the bishop h3, he just blitzed out to just have a poker face and, you know, say like this was a blunder and just went to it. And then also the next moves was very, very clear to me. You have to capture the pawn on f4, right? The moment he went to this situation when he had to invest more, then he started to think heavily.
Okay, maybe that's a question for you, dear viewers. You can tell us, what do you think? Was it a blunder or superficial way of playing? So let's see what has happened. I cannot believe that this is a concept because it looks really bad for white. Jonas was doing great, but Vladimir is also known as very skillful and resourceful player, and it seems that he's creating some mess, but black should be in a driver's seat. Here I've noticed, when I was in the playing hall, I've noticed that second board is a King's Indian, which is something I always love to follow. So let's see what's going on here. We might get a really messy time trouble in this game, while at the same time here,
what's happening here?
It looks that white is just winning. So Denmark will lose. Here some bishop f4, some checkmating motifs. Bishop f4 and rook b to d8. Šubelj is a promising young player of Slovenia, together with Lavrenčić. Šebenik's playing on the fourth board, experienced player. You mentioned France before. Has something changed in Mauritii?
I suggest to go to the women's section.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because we have a very interesting game which will end very soon. Match Azerbaijan against Hungary, board 1. That I have a lot of questions there. I hope to get some answers in here. Is that we have Fataleva against Gal Zhoka, and we might just, it's a board 1, we might just see the game from the very beginning, because they just played 28 moves.
So just a sec, let me find that game. So, I'm searching for the game. So you mentioned Gal Zhoka.
Oh, they are already missing. Oh, on
No,
the board.
the game is still in
So-
progress. Let's add the board. Let's add the chessboard now.
I don't see any players.
Okay, so maybe someone left, but she's on the last minute.
No, the game is over. I see the kings in the center.
Ah, okay.
But so we can just very quickly take it.
So let's see what's going on. I saw that at some stage Ulvia was playing this this knight h5. Okay, so this is typical. Now the main thing is, will white be able to at some stage activate her bishop? They went for this opposite colors bishop position. King is cut. Knight h5. This is the moment when I came, and then Joka
took the rook h5, which is actually a blunder. She should not taken that knight. And instead of that, just play king to f8 and guard the pawn on g7, which was hanging. So rook to h5 is a mistake. After queen takes h5 and knight to d4, bishop b2 is a good move, and knight c2 that has been played is another blunder here.
I just want to add, when you're playing French defense, you're sort of passive. Sometimes
I never play French defense because I just don't like it.
And you're passive for a long, and then first chance when you can become active, sometimes you're taking it because you cannot live with that passive position.
You know, the knight c2 is a blunder, and like why I don't take this rook on a1, and the reason of that is that after e6 move here, you can just resign. Because it's not only the one way to try to checkmate, but if you play...
Rook is coming as well. Rook e1 is coming. If you take rook e1, and after this bishop a3. Oh.
Maybe we start queen h8.
Sorry, queen h8. I saw something. Queen h8, yeah, this and
now you give a check, rook e7.
Maybe I can go queen h5 and rook e7.
There was a much easier way to win.
Yeah, but I saw something here. Probably this also wins. And then queen h4 and so on. After queen f6, queen h4, g5, queen h6, bishop b2 and so on. Queen is dropping. So here, after king d1, bishop d3, rook c1, queen c8, takes, and king d2, and losing a piece.
Yeah.
But hang on, h3. Okay, she can even take the piece, but probably there was no need for that. It was more profane. Very nice game by Ulvia. Very nice game in the end. Joka made 2 mistakes, but Ulvia was the one exploiting them very, very nicely. In that match, how is the situation? Balayaeva is playing, okay, interesting game, and slowly time trouble is approaching. Then we have Petra Pap with the black pieces being an exchange down, but trying to put some pressure, but it looks that white's rooks are strong enough, and here Alojzije is having a good position. I believe that Azerbaijan is outplaying Hungary very convincingly. Let's go to our main match. Let's see how Serbia versus Georgia. We were following that match till bishop c6 move. You said that probably it will happen, and that was the case. Nana played this bishop c6. And okay, she is slightly worse with the black pieces, but holdable. So white needs to really show something special to win this game. Lelajevashvili is sort of winning positionally. Here it's sort of equal, but white is spending a lot of time. And on the last board, yeah, Georgia is doing great. Let's see Poland versus England. Alina is checkmating Jovanka.
Yeah, the knight on d2 is hanging right now, but that's the poisonous knight because after rook to b3 there is a checkmate.
Rook b7, and now which move wins? Maybe just bringing the knight at the right.
I will say rook c3.
Yeah, that's a nice move, I believe. Maybe there are others as well. Yeah, this move wins. You're right, but maybe there is no threat. Maybe, I don't know, even something like that. But rook c3 is good enough. So Alina is winning. What happened in that game? Oh, long castle. This is not something Jovanka can do these days because she's a little bit off her like professional chess competition, and with young players it's hard to hold in that calculation fight. But she had a good position. What was the problem?
Oh, there was a blunder at this point. h5 is a blunder. She had to just move the queen away instead, and
knight d4 was a miss. And after that it was just game over. So in that match, second board, we had a really interesting opening. g4, g5 happened, but many exchanges, and white was slightly better all the time, but now it looks it's equal, fully equal. And board number 3, Kilbasa, is worse versus Hunt, and Monika Sochko is slightly better versus, not slightly, but much better. King is worse. Interesting match.
Very interesting match. I suggest to take a break shortly to get back for the time
we can
scramble,
have
because
5 minutes, 10 minutes break.
they are getting in most of the games now the time pressure on the clock.
Okay. See you soon.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
We are back at the right moment, Keti. Yeah, time trouble is approaching, but we have a draw. First board, Netherlands versus Poland. I was expecting Giri to push, so what has happened? So let's get the board, let's get the camera.
And this is not only draw here. So far, the 3 games are down, and all of them are draw. Only 1 game is in progress, and this one can be a decisive one.
So last board was drawn as well. Was it a package? We don't know, but Anish was pushing. But here he decided to go for this line, and what went wrong? Queen a6, yep. Already here maybe things, but okay, it looks better for white. What was the case here? Maybe some rook f4 is needed? Which move, or is it a move? Not?
The wrong move is the
Queen
one
a6,
when he
yeah,
captured
but instead
the
of capturing, what was
should
the...
we?
Just defending
D1.
somehow. Queen e3, queen d1. So he went for this, and something was missed. Ah, the c5. That move was missed by Anish.
And he took it
Instead of
over a draw.
c5, I believe that instead of c5, there is no good move for black. Can you come back just to check? So instead of c5, everything works for white. So after knight c6, white is better. But c5 is the important move, and now after knight c5, I believe some knight e...
I don't. Rook to f to d6 is the move.
Strange. So why rook f to d6 immediately? It's not good.
Without
No,
c5.
probably just taking on d4 and taking on f5.
Yeah.
Okay, some details which is not easy to grasp. In that match we have Luke Van Valley. Veteran is the one who can be a hero, huh?
Exactly, but look at the last moves that Pavel just made. All of them are just so nice, and this actually goes towards to the end. We can start over here when he decided to take the pawn on e4, give up the bishop, take the knight now, and after this move, knight to g4 is a move that is really nice because you are threatening the mate on h2, you are forcing the changes of the pieces, and you are getting into the opposite color bishop endgame, where you have this bishop on d4, which attacks the pawn on f2.
And a pawn up.
Yeah.
Being pawn up. So what's actually Luke's concept now? I'm not sure.
It's not so easy to play these kind of positions with queens and the rooks on the board, because the bishop from d4 is just a monster.
Okay, so very nice play by Pavel, and now Luke is one who needs to find a way to stay in the game, while David has outplayed Rauf. But the pawn up, it's not enough. You need to show also some class. How is Aydin doing versus Václav? He's doing very well. He's outplaying, but on the last board, Muradli is suffering a lot versus Stalmach. So if Czech Republic, if they win 2 games, of course, they can level the match at least, yeah. So that would look good for them. Let's check Deac versus Adams. Let's go to Romania versus England. Here the game took the course we were discussing, but now Deac seems to be achieving something, while at the same time here is a mess. Better maybe for white, of course. And Gavrilescu they are out of the time trouble. This is interesting. Hovhannisyan, Brkic. It's interesting that Martirosyan versus Livash, the game still goes, and maybe there is a small chance that something happens. Kovhannishan versus Brkic, looks drawish, Martinovic. So many games to follow. I don't know.
Too many games, yes.
Injic
on
is
us
out playing.
we are on a spot to choose the best one. That's
Where
very
to
difficult.
go? Yeah.
Yeah.
Where to go? What to follow?
The game that I suggested to check was Fedosiev against Jonas. Fedosiev was a piece down, but Jonas had exposed king.
But take a look at this one, Keti. Moroni versus Maurizi. What's going on here? Is it just...
Maurizi is winning this whole game, right?
Yeah, is this just an easy win? So you mentioned Fedosiev versus... Okay, that's a mess. So Jonas is a really long time. But unfortunately, we don't have...
He's really low on time, and he was also like shaking all his body, and it was visibly stressful moment for him.
But we don't have them on the camera, so I would love to stick to the games we can follow with the camera. So let's see how is Turkey doing, what's going on here. Slightly better for black, I believe, but no big drama. So how about this Serbia versus, let's see, Austria versus Serbia, because Dominik Horvat is now super long time and Injic is about to win. So let's see, will he find a winning?
Oh, I ended up this kind of position with white pieces. I was about to checkmate my opponent, and I ended up to give too many checks. My opponent's king went all the way to h3, and I got checkmated myself. That's the worst scenario that can happen to you, to any player.
Najdic has actually he has left the tournament in I think it was in Fujairah after 2 losses. And yeah, against I think players like 2500, maybe some Indians, and because they are usually underrated and so on. But you know that he lost 4 against 3 with 4 in the end game. So that's something which can help you start. Yeah, 4 rooks endgame, 4 versus 3.
Is that possible?
Well, probably it was a pass array. He abandoned all the king side, ran to the queen side, and then suddenly counterplay.
Oh no!
So
there was the other side sacrificed the rook and then pushed.
Probably, yeah, but it's possible to lose sometimes.
Oh wow!
Those crazy
That's frustrating.
So here I think that this is just a checkmate. Yeah, I think, is it over?
Very likely is a resignation here. Rook h7 is a correct move. Queen h6 is a checkmate in one move. It's over.
Injic won. We have Dragne versus Ivic. That games goes on, and Aleksenko versus Sarana. Who is better here? It's hard to say.
When we don't know who is visibly better, maybe it's equal. Bishop f3 has been just played. Knight is
in Armenia, Brkic made a draw versus Kovhannishan. That means that Hakobian needs to win versus Martinovic to level the score if Levajic wins.
That's not really good for Team Armenia.
McShane in deep problems in the endgame versus Lupulescu, 2 points down. I don't know where to go.
I'll suggest let's go to Pavel Teslov, Luke Van Valley.
Yeah, let's check that one. Let's go to Poland versus...
last move that Luke Van Valley just played is not that good move.
Netherlands versus Poland.
You will see the engine bar drops down very quick after this move. For whatever reason.
Is it so clear?
No, I don't even understand what this is. So, Luke played king to f1 here, and we will see that the engine will drop down before bishop c5. And bishop c5 has been played on the board. The engine says rook to e4 is the good move, but I don't know why this is
okay, so probably some rook f2 coming.
Rook what? F4?
Rook f4, sorry.
Okay. And rook f2.
Or
So
maybe even something, I don't know.
And there was actually a winning move. rook to e4.
But it's not obvious. Okay, probably to untangle the queen as well. So
Bishop c5 is still a good move. Missed winning chance, but it's still a good move. And black has here a good advantage. We might have an upset in this match.
maybe we can go full screen, just that you could see the situation a bit better, because now you can understand what's going on. Rajabov is around.
One minute on the clock for both players, and they have to make 6 more moves to reach 40 moves and the increment.
Queen e5 played. Yeah, but it's tough for rook. Now rook and a queen. King is exposed. King h2 is a threat. Queen h2 is a threat. Now it's very tough. Let's bring the board back. So now queen h2 is threatening, and the rook started to be nervous.
I can play rook to d7, counterattack the pawn on f7.
That's possible, right? But he needs, yeah, and he just did it. Rook e7, interesting.
Ooh.
No, this is not right, or
Rook e7.
maybe queen e5 was.
No, rook e7 is fine, actually. It's a good move.
Oh, but now I won't lose this.
Yeah.
Rook takes, and somehow I will hold that one. No, I don't believe now that Pavel will win this game. I would go for a draw here.
So he had
I
this
believe we
moment of
will
rook
have
e4 when he had
four
winning.
draws here. So maybe now we can switch to Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic, because last board is very important. Is Muradli ready to hold that one? So let's bring the board back. Let's go to Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic, because I think this is crucial. It happened this way, that they exchanged the queens. He was winning, but now it seems that the worst is over for Muradli. But I think this is very important. Okay, so he's out of the time trouble. Okay, we won't follow that one. Let's stay where we have time trouble, where we can go Deac versus Adams. Let's go to Romania versus England. So this is the position. Deac has misplayed it a bit, but he's a pawn up, and he's low on time, but only 3 more moves. So what's going on here? Bishop 3, g3 just played. And now it's Adam's turn to think. So where to move the queen? 1 minute on the clock. In this match, Romania versus England, we have draw on the second board. Then Lupulescu is winning. This is the position in Lupulescu-McShane. No, this is the position. This looks dead lost. Some queen b8 and just pushing the pawn. So Lupulescu is just winning. Kudos to him. Very good. What is Luke up to? I don't know. Just pushing the pawns, because I don't see anything wrong with the pawn push. And on the last board we have Gavrilescu against Shreyas. They're out of the time trouble. So Adams is still thinking after bishop g3 versus Deac. No, he just moved the queen. Now it's Deac's turn. Is there any chance to win this one? mess is happening around, huh?
Yeah, a lot of seconds in most of the games, and I can see that the engine bars are going up and down in most of the games.
They have played queen c5. Now it's Adam's turn. Van Veli, the worst I think is over. Mamedov losing versus Navara. Solomeli winning versus Finek. Muradli, now it's hard to say because Richard is spending a lot of time. Hakobian versus Martinovic. That's an interesting position because here he has sac. Okay, but this is not a sacrifice. This is a temporary sacrifice. Okay, and it's 40th move, so this is not an issue yet. Here, last move for Deak and for Adams, and in Serbia versus Austria, Dragnev, they made a 40th move versus Ivic. Yeah, in all the games it seems that players are out of the time trouble. Here Sarana needs to make a move versus Aleksenko, taking on e6 because after rook e5 there is knight g5 checkmate. So he can also activate the king. That's another option.
Yeah, I'd rather just get rid of the knight because together with the rook they're best combo and they can create the huge danger to the black's king. So do we have a check?
Yeah,
oh, it's actually almost the same. He wants to go now to take on h4.
Then take and then exploit. Okay, so let's summarize. We have Van Veli versus Tetzlav, where black is better, but it will be very hard. Yeah, now I think that after king g2, bishop goes to b3, it's almost impossible to win this game. So I would say that that match will end up in a draw. 2-2 here. Slowly, Navara has outplayed Rauf. This is okay, lost position, 2 pawns up, but still David needs to work a bit. Sulejmanli from this position managed to create even more things. This should be like just a dead lost. This one will fall at the right moment. I think this
Maybe we can keep that game because this is the only game I see that they still don't have any time.
No,
oh, they have
41st move. And then Muradli versus Stalmach, we went left around here. It seems that Muradli has survived. So Azerbaijan should win the match, prevail in the end. At least it looks like. Deak versus Adams. Deak will move on forever in this position, but it looks that this should be holdable for black. Lupulescu just won the game, I believe. Or he's not in a hurry. Is there any idea here? I don't see it. Just queening the pawn.
Yeah, you can't really give any check or breakthrough. He wants to play g4 next move and maybe h3.
Okay, queen comes back to g3, so I don't see anything. So a7, g4 takes, queen g3 and then queen a2. This is like a last concept. And then he will be again like 3 pawns down, so I don't believe there is anything there. Gavrilescu, what's going on? We were not following this one. Who is better here? It's really hard to say.
Well, White has this very active king on d5, so and there's also this possibility to get the pawn, like rook to g1 is coming next move. Is it black to move now?
Yeah. No, they already played. Now it's white to move.
There's a pawn on h3, right?
Black should be fine now.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it pawn. I like black's position. Now the sponsor is so scary. Although the rook on b5 is stuck, so
Yeah,
black
there is
has
always some
to
chance
think
for
something
some
like
activity.
a5s.
Usually it should be fine. What does this mean for this match? So we expect a draw with suffering on first board. Third board, Lupulescu winning. So Romania is winning the match.
They're
versus
in a very
England.
good shape.
Yeah. So England resting with Yugov maybe was not a great idea. But what to do? Here in Armenia versus Croatia, Martirosyan versus Livajic. So this was the case. Okay. It should be dead lost. Piece up. But still, Haik will play for a while. And last board, Martinovic versus Hakobian. It's a rook's endgame. King to e4. What a mess. It's not easy to.
Oh, there's a very interesting game we can go there. Georgia versus Spain. We do have draws now on two boards, and game two, David Anton against Nikola Zikatarova is something quite nice.
So Shirov has made a draw. David Anton, you mentioned, versus Kasharava. So what's going on here? He's just winning. Queen e7 coming. So David Anton will win the game.
Was there some kind of tactics or how they ended up here?
Just looks like.
Oh my goodness, there was a lot of tactics. This was rook g7 was a brilliant move. And then rook d7 was another sacrifice, another brilliant move. Why you need rooks when you can give it away? And then, oh wow, that was nicely done.
Very nice.
Let's check the Richard report against Taiwan. How Richard is doing.
Richard is doing fine, for sure. He's much better. He will win this one. How he created some dynamics h5 at the right moment. Oh, he won the pawn. He's also a good endgame player, so he can sometimes switch. You're expecting a firework and suddenly there comes an endgame. Austria, they need a miracle to win to level the match versus Serbia. Seems to me that Serbia is doing great. Let's go to Turkey versus Ukraine. We have Turkey versus Ukraine on the camera. So Kovalenko is a pawn up, but this rook a8 and a7 might hold for black, and here Samonenkov is a pawn up. So they're having material advantage, but I'm not sure will it be enough. Okay, they have good chances to win the match, at least one game to win. So Israel is leading versus Greece, but we have Teodoru winning versus Rothstein, which is a good result since Maxim is back to his best chess, 2650. Nicholas is playing really great in recent times. Just to emphasize, he won versus Gukesh in Grand Swiss. So he is on fire. Very nicely played. Bishop d5. And now probably just going to the other side. So how to win this one? Let me think. If I go this way, king c6 is coming. Maybe e4. Is this a move? Yeah, that's a move. And in that match, the next one is Vasilis, one of Vasilis' brothers, versus Boruchovsky. Yeah, Dimitris is just winning 2 passers. So Greece will win the match, most likely. Maurizi won the game versus Moroni. How is dear Fres doing? He's back to 26 plus rating. That's nice to see. Versus Vocaturo, very experienced player, although younger than Laurent. Okay, Laurent is slightly better, but yeah, it's not easy to come up with something. And the last board, Sonis versus Boyer. I don't know what to say here. So, where else to go? I think we covered everything. Okay, let's check Slovenia once again. Okay, we can stay with the camera here. So what has happened? It was a mess. Fedoseev created some chances, but he is a piece down and losing versus Jonas, who had yesterday Kamer on the ropes.
They also getting, yeah, the games are a bit slowed down, right? There's, the games, part of them are just finished and the others are still just going slow. In the women's section, we have a bit of strange updates because the team Poland versus England, which was quite favorite, Monika Sochko was one of the players who had winning position, but look at her. Look at her, how thoughtful is she, and in fact she has very bad position, very close to losing position. And I would expect this game to end rather fast, but she's the last player now for the Poland. And if she cannot win, the match can be just a draw.
So in that match, as you mentioned, first board Alina has won the game and then 2 draws. But now Monica from better position is struggling. This looks like a dream upgrade of white's position. So yeah, Poland still fighting hard. How about Georgia? So Lela is sort of winning, but there is still some job to be done. Bela Kotenashvili is winning versus Velikic, and Arabidze. Okay, so they will win, obviously.
They all win.
But in Hungary versus Azerbaijan,
oh, this is game still on, yeah? 1.5 to 1.5.
Here, Alakverdieva needs to win the game.
So let's see if it's winning end game for her. I think they played a lot of more moves.
I left around here. Yeah, okay, so this should be one. King, when king activates, that should be winning for black. So I don't.
H4 has been played, and king g7, h4, and in that point,
yeah, I think
take on h4, king f6, and this king can just go on the other side of the board.
Very important.
Yeah.
How is Bulgaria doing versus Netherlands. Oh, Bulgaria won. So Salimova and Radeva. Rubers made the draw versus Stefanova, and Kazarian won versus Krasteva. Germany versus Turkey, we have 3 draws, and Lara Schulze winning on the last board, so Germany will win that match. Romania versus Armenia. Armenia is doing great, so they are winning. France, we have 3 draws, and this game White is winning, so France will win that one. Ukraine winning 4-0 versus Iceland. How is Tsolakido doing versus Badelka? This can be a FIDE Women's Grand Prix match or World Cup,
right.
World Cup semi-final or quarter-final. Stavrula is outplaying her opponent. Sarasadet has made the draw versus Жеребцova. Maybe, yeah, let's check. Is there anything in chat? Do you want to add something, or we can maybe make a break?
I think it's going to be a good time to take a break now and come back in some time, because to be honest, everyone just slowed down and we don't have much of the updates.
Yeah, and we can maybe readjust our cameras if we have something.
That's a good idea, because we need to check some of the updates.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we are coming after a short break.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
coming back, this is European Team Championship 2025. We do have the very last part of the round 2, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a lot of action still in progress. Alojzije, we do have some of the top boards in the action right now, although we have some updates as well in the open section. And maybe we can just update our viewers what is the current situation on the top boards.
Yeah, we have 2-2, so the match was level, 4 draws in Netherlands versus Poland. In terms of rating, we could have expected
Netherlands winning the
okay,
match.
at least some bigger pressure. In the end, they were struggling. Luke van Velde was worse versus Teslav, so they cannot be unhappy with the final outcome. Kudos to Poland and to their team. So this was a really good result, 4 draws. Then we have second match, which is Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic. Okay, the games are still in progress, so let's go with the camera there and let's add a board to see what's going on.
Only one game has ended, and it was a beautiful game by Shahrir Maghmadiyarov winning his game with white pieces against Tai Nguyen, and rest of the games are still there. They burned a lot of time, especially David burned a lot of time from his clock. He's down to 11 minutes, still winning position. And right now, do you think he's going for a checkmate? Look at this, bishop to c5, the latest move. He's building up something.
Okay, he's trying also to push his g-pawn, but let's run to the last board, because I see that Muratli versus Talmak, that there is some pressure there. So this is the position. All the pawns, black pawns, are on light squares, which is a bad signal, bad sign for Muradli, but still maybe there is no way to make a breakthrough. I don't know, it looks very unpleasant. I'm surprised that Engine is claiming, as usual, Keti, that it's a draw. But it looks really tough. All the pawns on light squares, but probably the logics behind is that this bishop cannot cross the Rubicon. It cannot come to the other side of the board, so black can just sit and wait. So this is of course very tense and dangerous for Black, but it seems that he has calculated everything, right?
He better calculate everything, because this is indeed either you know that this is equal, or it looks really scary, as you mentioned.
Yeah, but there is no way to penetrate with the bishop. Passer, but black is keeping his opponent pieces away from the center and his side of the board. So maybe just a completely drawn position, but kudos to Muradli to being able.
Let's get back to the game of Navarra against Rao, because bishop to c5, he just sacrificed the pawn on a2, and there's a very interesting line if black takes that. White gives a check, rook to b6, and out of these two moves, king
checkmate,
a5.
Yeah.
No.
This is a checkmate, right?
Yeah,
so
okay.
he needs to go up to a7, right?
a7, and now this is actually very interesting. You take the pawn on c6, check, and now you do have the pawns on the other side of the board. And how is this to win for white?
It should be won. It should be won, because at some stage there is option of sacking a rook and penetrating with the king. So I believe that this is won. But the problem is, in this kind of position, you want to be completely sure, and sometimes it's not easy to change the character of the position. So David is thinking, is it the moment to liquidate? So he made this bishop c5 move, but probably is the best one. What's going on in the next board, in Sulejmanli versus Finek?
White is still keeping a quite impressive Oh, the game.
Oh, there is a handshake. Let's go full screen. It's probably a draw.
That's the fourth board, right?
Yeah. Rajabov is around.
And that's the fourth game, and now the current result is 1.5 to half in favor of Czech Republic. And we do have final 2 games in the progress. We can see Rauf Mammadov been a bit struggled in this game after the brilliant game play of David Navara. And the game that I really like in this match is Soleimani against Finek. He's doing a good job actually to outplay his opponent in this endgame.
Okay, so let's move on. Finek, I believe he's like 17 years old or something like that. I know that he was European champion under 14 or
He's 15 years
15 years, so he's even younger, yeah. But very strong player, promising start of Czech Republic.
Wait a minute, let's go back to the game of Armenia against Croatia. Board 3, we concluded that that's a game over for a long time ago.
Is there any chance?
Yes.
No, come on. Really?
Yes.
So what?
It's equal position right now.
No, I cannot believe this. I saw my colleague friend Zdenko Kozul, he was sitting there, but there is no chance. Really? So what has happened? We left, so it was so lost that it was like ridiculously lost. -3 in the end game. Is it possible to misplay it? I cannot believe that. So yeah, allowing this e6. Yeah, this is like a dead lost.
And what went so wrong here?
Okay, he suddenly allowed some counterplay. This e6. So here he's counting that if you play rook f7, there is rook e6 stuff. But here, king d6 was played. There is no rook queen f7. Crazy. This is really crazy. And this is a draw?
It is a draw.
Hang on.
Because your king is just behind.
So let's say king d7 or what? Takes, king marches. Probably just
no. If we move the rook away, we are winning the time, right? Are we? Rook a8, let's
rook
say.
Rook f8. I think it's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah,
okay.
Rook a8, rook f8. It's the same, I believe. You need to give check and then sacrifice. So not much is happening. King comes, you go rook h6, you push g4, this, and this is king g4 better. This is known as a draw. And now if you go king f2, I just wait. And on g2, oh, this is crazy. This is crazy that he will draw this game. And we have on this next board, we have Martinovic, who is okay, having some chances. So let's go full screen. Let's feel this drama. This is one of the biggest, like a turnaround.
See, that's why you should never give up in chess,
This is something crazy. It reminds me of yesterday colors, but same thing, but colors.
Oh my God! I just understood what was this small nuance. It is just look at his face. He's smiling. He can't believe. This is the moment when you just don't believe yourself.
No, Leon will have
Oh
a
my
really tough
goodness.
time. He's
Look
very
at
emotional
this.
during
He has a
games.
smile, big smile on
Now
his
I
face.
think for Croatian captain, for
It's a
Zdenko
difficult
Kozul
time.
is important
Yeah.
to check are there any flights immediately to Croatia
To go home.
yeah, to catch that he doesn't allow him to go there.
Oh wow, I want to show you what happened. I just understood it after a really, really long time diving into the position.
Let's get the board back.
So what has happened in the game is at the moment the f4 happened, move 43.
Okay.
Black here made a crucial mistake. He went king to g4. This looks so natural. I would play this any day, but this is not the good move, and the engine goes up for white now. The winning move was king to h6 in this position. Or king to h5 is also winning, not on g4. And the detail is here following. Let's make king to g4 or king to h6, any of this move. White took the pawn on e5, knight c6 is a brilliant move, and e6 was played, right? Here, only move that keeps going for black is knight to d4, and if king takes d4, then you take on e6, and this is winning. King to d4, and rook to e6, this is winning because you are losing the pawn and you cannot stop that. When king is on g4, there is this detail that rook comes back on f4 with a check, and rook takes the knight, and you keep the pawn on the board, and the rook is more active from here.
Fantastic, but the point is that black was not ready to calculate. He said, "Okay, my game is over. I did my job." He was not ready to calculate. Yeah. So let's go full screen once again. Let's feel this drama because it's really crazy.
And we can see those two players, a lot of regrets from the white player. He had completely, it was game over. He did a brilliant tactics earlier, and we should shout out to Haik for not giving up, to be stubborn and to fight until the very end. Sometimes it just pays off.
Crazy. So Leon is in despair. Now rook h8 will happen. I'm really shocked. Fortunately, we don't have a camera to catch Croatian captain, former European champion Zdenko Kozul, because he would probably, he's already in despair. Final moments, and we will have sacrifice. Yeah, a draw, and now I cannot guarantee that Leon won't throw something. Maybe a king.
This is the moment. Any piece. Oh no, that's quite painful. That's quite
now
painful.
he will
has
start
to be
shaking his head.
Has to be more
I see
attentive.
Pashikyan, Grandmaster.
Look at his face as well. Like everyone has this like smile on their face from the team Armenia. Look everyone. They cannot really celebrate it, but it's a huge celebration for them.
Leon is in big despair, right?
Yeah, he has a oh, look at that. That's painful to watch.
Yep. Really, really
He
tragic.
played such a brilliant game.
Yeah.
All those tactics.
The sacrifice,
really, really
one
nice.
pawn, second pawn, fabulous game, and suddenly it was not enough. -3 in the end game. Of course, it should be enough.
Oh, and he's storming out. What is the action you have done after losing the game that you are not very proud that you would probably not doing that again?
No, actually, I was not that kind of person. I was sort of angry on myself. Usually, I'm not angry on other people because I cannot
Because some players are like, they have such a big reactions that you just feel so uncomfortable.
No. For me, it was common. So I will go to my room. I have this playlist, which is saddest ever. Why does my heart feel bad? I don't know. Yeah, all those songs which are really tragical to hear. I don't know, REM.
This sounds like a Titanic.
Yeah. So, usually it's something I would just do, probably not go even to dinner. But then it's important to somehow get over it, because, okay, this is a team event, but in the individual event, you need to be ready to play tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, here probably you guess that you might be resting tomorrow, that's a possibility. Yeah, but in individual, so you need to get over it. Tomorrow you need to focus already on another game. So for me it was very important to I don't know, to get it out.
Over.
Yeah.
But if it's a last round, I'm usually losing the last rounds. That's very difficult, because when you have to come back, it's like you have something to come back, and when you're losing the last round, that's it. That's the toughest part. But what I don't really like is my opponents overreacting.
Yeah.
I have some naughty opponents just throwing the pieces after the game.
Yeah, I was
and like
actually
I was completely winning.
I was angry of sometimes when my friends or someone saying to them when you were kids in youth, it's not fault of your opponent. You need to shake hands, properly take the score sheet, adjust the pieces, and you can only be angry on yourself. What's the problem? The guy is trying to use the chances, so it's not the problem of the opponent. We don't have referee interfering, so you cannot be angry that there was some kind of like a bad decision. Basically it's your fault. Why didn't you concentrate a little bit more? So I was always angry on myself, and actually it's not the problem of opponent, but very tragical draw. But kudos to Hike. Fantastic
very
resource in the
player.
end, so yeah, big kudos to him. It would be like Real Madrid losing 4-0 and then scoring 4 goals in last 10 minutes, something like that.
I just love this moment of these 3 people of Armenian team, fourth board and also the team captain, just sharing a little bit of like smile, but it was not something that would bother his opponent, right? It was not provocative.
Okay, so we have this last game in this match. So let's see the exact position. So Hakobian is playing
meanwhile,
versus...
just the results that we were watching earlier, Fedosiev actually lost his game against Jonas Pere, and that game was also quite nice.
Yeah, kudos to Jonas. 2 black pieces against 27 plus players, scoring 1.5. That's huge. So he's a real leader of the team. And to score the point, usually when you're targeting a good result in the Europeans or Olympiad, you're targeting last boards. There is a bigger chance players are not so theoretically prepared. But here, to have 1.5 with 2 blacks, that's really huge. So we can make a stroll with cameras, since we have a little bit new arrangement. So we have now Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic, but we have, instead of Netherlands versus Poland, now we have Germany. So we can take a look of that match. Let's go full screen to check the situation. This is Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic. Let's go on. England is still playing versus Romania. No, the match is finished. What's the result there?
They have just
finished. Draw Deac versus Adams. Nisipeanu was drawn. Lupulescu won, and Gavrilescu won. 3-1.
3-1.
Big result for Romania. congratulations. So Ivan Sokolov can be very proud of his team. 3-1 versus England. So let's move on with the camera. We can go full screen.
We have here Jankovic, just one last board, but pretty much.
Let's move on.
This game is. It's not that important to have the influence on the match. There is the game which is very interesting.
So we have two endgames in Ukraine versus Turkey, but we have now new cameras instead of Netherlands versus Poland. Now it's Germany versus Switzerland. You can see Kamer and Frederick Svane. We can add a board so that you could see the situation. Kamer versus Bogner. Bogner is holding. He is capable of playing very, very strong chess, although he's underrated. And we have in that match Kurman versus Svane. A pawn up, but a big activity of white. The king is weak. So what do you expect, Keti? Is there any chance that they win at least one game in this match?
Yeah, this maybe not in this game, because to have opposite called bishop, you have extra pawn there on d6, but white is controlling things very, very well, perfectly well. Do you think there is a chance to win here for black?
King is very weak, so at some stage he will need to come up with the king.
But the bishop is doing a great job to cut this king from the game on d5.
So regarding games which are in progress, we have Navarra versus Mamedov, Suleimani versus Finek, this is Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic, Croatia, Martinovic, Hakobian, decisive game. Then we have Emre Can and Kovalenko. Kovalenko is a pawn up, he will torture Emre Can forever, and Samonemko, same here. So very tough situation for Turkey, since they need to draw two games with the pawn down, which is a tough situation. We have Greece versus Israel, but hang on. Okay, still it's winning for Maxim. Demchenko has managed to outplay Mats Andersen. Demchenko is a really strong player, and he won the Reykjavik Open, the European individual, sorry, not Reykjavik Open, European individual during COVID. It was 2022 or 2020, 2020 probably. Then he was also playing well in the European individual in Montenegro, but after 3 wins due to some eye problems, he needed to leave the tournament. But in general, he's very, very strong player. To outplay Mats Andersen, yesterday's hero, that's a huge thing. Richard Rapport is still playing, and he's outplaying.
Very close to win this game, actually. This is not the current position. They have played a few more moves. Yeah, and this is what we have right now.
Yeah, Rapport
like
is
T3.
Rapport is pushing.
T3 would do the job here. g3 has been played, king to g1, and rook to a3. Black is also going for another pawn on a3. I just have, I might just have a resignation very soon, because all white's pieces are just stuck to each other. The bishop cannot really move, knight cannot move, the pawn on e7 will hang, and there are some serious threats like g2, rook to g3, winning the bishop as well.
Yeah, true. So what's happening in women's section?
In the women's section, we do have Georgia winning the match, most likely, with 1.5 to
predicted.
half. Then Poland has won against England 2-1. Oh, wait a minute, there's still one game happening. So Monika Sochko struggles in this match, and this might be quite upsetting result for Team Poland. To draw against England, because Poland is much more rated. And on the screen we have Armenia against Romania. And what's the current situation here? 2-0 for Armenia. So in this match they just need to make at least one draw to win the round.
So we can give a board. This is Arabidze versus Elif, and that's a mess. So what's going on here? White is really, no, but they moved from this position. This is the position now. It looks very complicated. We can go with the camera to Georgia versus Serbia just to check this game. Is it possible that something wrong happens? Very, very imbalanced position. So rook on e1 and rook on e8. And Mary is very long time. Although I know that she's very
good in blitz.
Yeah, in blitz, so she can keep up even being long time. Hang on, she just made a losing move. Mate in 8.
Really?
Really?
Mate in 8?
Yup. So let me find it. So it must be with a check. So something with rook g1, knight d2. Rook h3 was the last move. So something with, how can I come with, queen a3. So rook g1. King f3, queen a3, right? So she blundered queen a3. Will she see that? Is rook g1 coming?
Can we do a full screen?
Yeah, let's go full screen. So from position where she was, okay, slightly better or equal, let's say equal, she went to mate in 7.
Wow, that is something that black for sure will see, because there's not much of the options here for black. You have to give this check, and the next check you can give is queen a3. There are not many
G1 played.
candidate moves. Oh wow, look at that.
That's a
Queen
thing.
a3 now. Elif Mehmet, woman grandmaster. This should not be very tough for titled player to play this move.
So is queen coming to a3? It does.
It comes queen to a3 check.
And now I think Mary.
No options, so you have to move the king away. If there is bishop e3 move, bishop e3. Oh, there is queen
E3, huh?
Oh my goodness, that's
Let's
beautiful.
give a board back. So now if she plays bishop e3, queen takes e3, rook takes e3, rook takes, king g5, probably bishop hang on, yeah, bishop e5.
Rook e4.
Okay, I was thinking that this might be a checkmate level, but rook
Rook
e4
e4,
is even
yeah.
better. So if you go here knight d2, if you go there,
Bishop
bishop
f6
and knight e5. Bishop e3 played, and now let's go full screen once again.
This is the moment to shine
taking,
for Elif.
is queen taking e3. Alisa Maric, legendary Serbian woman player. She's there as a team captain. So I believe that she already spotted whole thing.
I think everybody spotted
Yeah.
this checkmate. Yeah, marries this for sure until the very end. Very often you already see it when you blunder something. What else she can do? Rook e6 is another move that she can play.
Yeah,
actually.
but then queen h8, you don't want to do that.
Queen h8?
Check or queen h7 or something. So queen e3 is the move. She's rechecking, but this move will happen.
And she has 7 minutes for it. You know, this is the moment when you need to calm down. She has enough time. 7 minutes is plenty of time. Of course, she has seen all these lines, but you just want to believe it yourself.
And
Sometimes
queen
you
e3
believe-
played.
Oh, that's a
true
brilliant
game.
move. Queen sacrifice, which leads into the checkmate, forced checkmate in 5 moves.
Awesome. But painful thing for Mary.
Where the king goes, king to f4. And rook to e4 is checkmate in 3. Yeah, she's finding it. Wow, that's a beautiful combination. Where did things went so wrong? Mary was the one who was attacking. Actually, it was not so bad for black. And we have a
handshake.
resignation. The current score is 1.5 to 1.5 between Serbia and Georgia. That comes down to second board.
So in women's section, just to finalize, so we have on the first board 1.5, but Lela Jankovic is pushing. We will check that situation. Poland versus England, 2-1, but Monica is suffering. Azerbaijan has won the match. Georgia 3 has won the match. It is interesting that Georgia 3 is strong.
It's very strong, yeah.
Yeah, with Kesaria. Bulgaria won versus Netherlands. Estonia is still playing versus Finland, but they will win the match. Germany won versus Turkey. Belgium versus Scotland. Armenia, Romania is still playing. France won versus Israel. So let's get the board back. So let's check the game of Lela Javakishvili versus Sofia Pogorelski. Is there any chance that Sofia saves the game? Not really.
With the knight on the board,
Yeah, there
Can
is
be
always a
very
chance,
tricky,
but
yeah.
pawn up, better bishop.
yeah, it is white to move. That's the problem for black. Bishop h6, check. In the women's section, we have only few games left in progress. Most of the top boards just finished. I was just wondering how Monika Sochko did. This game has ended, and Georgia managed to win in the end 2.5 to 1.5. And Poland, where's Poland? This is Poland.
Poland in women's section, right? They're playing on the top board, second match versus England.
The last game is still in progress, yes.
Yeah, so Monica, let's get the board of this match. So she's playing versus Mirzoeva. Let's add the board so you can see. Okay, Movsesyan is here, but we need to have Monika Sochko. So what's going on here? This looks very complicated. So as a white, you have this strong passer, nice outpost, possible tactics over the G file. Knight is fantastically controlling the stuff, but it's still not so easy and not much time left.
1 minute for both players. Anything can happen here, especially there will be no second time increment in this game because they have already reached 40 moves. This is move 50. So until the end, they will play on the time pressure. 40 seconds for Monika. Too many pieces for 40 seconds, right?
Right.
And she is playing queen to d7. Yeah, at this point, all she can do is just wait for her opponent to make mistake.
But the time flies when you're in severe time trouble.
Actually, queen d7 stops g5, so she was afraid of g5 move. Not so easy also from white because you can't easily.
So, hang on, when I play g5,
You don't have. You don't have the current position, I think.
yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
my bad. Somehow I'm getting this pole position. So this position is current state of affairs. So she has made the move, queen b1. Queen e7, waiting, but now it's wrong. Why it's wrong? Is there any penetration or something? Is b7 now the move? Maybe it is. But rook b8 comes. So what's the point? Why queen e7 is now?
I am just
Probably
double checking
g5
it.
is coming at some point, but I don't see it. When?
So point being that this is a wrong move because rook f1 is a correct move here. You want to push g5. Oh, we can make it on the board.
Rook
Rook
f1.
to f1 is the winning
And
move.
when queen d7,
Now you push g5, you sacrifice the pawn.
mhm,
And after taking, you just trade everything and b7,
rook b8.
rook b8, and you have
Queen
queen
b6.
b6 getting into the game.
Okay, that's something,
Queen
but it's
d6
not.
side, yes.
Queen b3 draw. We have a draw. No, no. It's 3-4 repetition position. Immediately, computer spots it, but players are not aware of that.
Yeah, because first time they repeated the rook was not there. They
So
changed the rook.
So
as
she's
well.
not claiming. Queen a4 just played.
I like queen a4. It's a very smart move because it stops queen d7. And if queens are off the board, then it will be less pressure on white's side.
So what do you do now with black? We wait.
Queen b7,
Queen f7.
queen f7. Yeah, also a very nice move because after g5, we're going to have queen h5.
Okay, but okay. Queen goes to f3. If queen h5, I cover with the rook. You go to f3. So I need to do something, but how? I don't know if rook h2 is that the move. Try to penetrate over the h file at some point. White is thinking. 30 seconds. Not
This
easy.
is the game that any result can happen. Any of this side, any of them can just blunder the move. Especially with seconds on the clock. 20 seconds for white.
20. Yep. And it's also, you feel this pressure since it's
Goes
important.
rook.
C1.
Rook to c1.
Okay, she's protecting the knight if something happens with the rook. Rook goes somewhere, that queen is x-ring, but I don't see that she's coming up with any concept yet.
Ah, maybe she's inviting knight d3 and then she'll go rook to f1. That's actually quite smart.
Yeah. Now
And then queen is protecting the knight.
but these are the toughest positions in chess.
Oh, very
yeah,
difficult.
Opponent has a passer. You never know when it will be activated. It's really tough to play. But Monica is capable. Since not much is happening, maybe we can go full screen. You know the position. At the moment, they're just moving back and forth. So rook goes. "30 seconds. The clock is ticking. 20.
Seconds. Uh-oh. She has to make a move. 11 seconds.
Okay, she will make
9.
it. It's not a big panic, but
Rook c3. Yeah, not much of the changes. Yeah, white plays very careful. She tries to avoid all the black threat. Rook to d3. Black is now... Maybe this is too much to risk, because black is not the one winning, right? It's just white who has this b6 beautiful pawn.
yeah, but white needs to win. So she needs to come up with something. Everyone is expecting that from her.
Rook takes rook.
So she took on d3. Okay, we will come back now. So let's get the board back. So she took on d3, losing a big part of her advantage, but also it's a logical way to go on.
Monica with 20 seconds. She has plenty of the choices to recapture back with rook, knight, and the pawn. She has to figure it out which one is the best. And she goes with the rook.
Rook. Okay, reasonable decision. Knight b2.
Attacking the rook.
And what's the point when rook goes back to d8?
I would wonder if rook goes on b3 to attack this knight. No, it
Rook
goes back.
d8, and now what's the concept behind this knight b2? Trying to figure it out. Queen a3. Interesting. She wants to go to c3 or
Knight a3, a4 probably to chase the c5, queen c3.
Okay, that's
Queen
nicely
g5.
played. Queen c3 or knight a4.
Yeah, both are possibilities.
She goes for queen c3, logical move. One minute on the clock for Monica, 1:45 for Elmira. In the meantime, Frederick Svane has finished his game with, hang on, which is the result in men's section. So he has made a draw. At the same time, Kamer is a pawn up, but probably with a draw as an outcome. So generally will win the match, but not with a big margin. Ukraine is still pushing. We will come back to those games because it's very interesting.
Rook d7 is a little bit inaccuracy. The engine gives now white serious advantage after queen to c4, offering a queen trade. And queen black screen is a little bit limited.
Yeah, we will need to switch up at some point to men's section, but let's stay here because it seems that Suleimanli has misplayed it a bit and that he's only slightly better now versus Finek and being really long time playing last move, last 4 seconds. Croatia, the game is very complicated. So let's try to conclude what's going on here. Now it's tough for Monica. Let's maybe stay for 2 more minutes, but then we will switch to men's section because there is a mess. Queen a1 played, okay. King, okay, rook g1 or king h2. To climb with the king to h3 or to stay here.
Just saw that Suleiman just made a move on last 2 seconds. That's also quite tense game.
So, king h2 played. Monica will probably return the queen to e5. Is there anything else?
The knight also hanging on
Oh, I
e4.
forgot about that. But then,
It's scary to take it though. But
sorry, I forgot about that completely.
if you take on a4, then queen c5, and there is
g5 coming, huh?
g5 is a very strong move.
No, but g5, queen b5. I think she will take the knight. You take the knight, queen c5, king somewhere, I don't know, f7. It's not so simple. 20 seconds. Will she take it?
I would play queen e3, e5 check. Just repeat it. No,
Oh,
she's
she took
taking
it. Okay, so queen c5, yep. King goes to f7, I believe. And is g5 so dangerous? Maybe it is. So king goes to f7, g5, and she's in problems. Queen b5. What am I missing? Ah, g6 check. And queen
After
c8.
king f7, the best move is queen c4 check.
First.
King f8 and b7. And your knight is pinned.
King e8. Okay, now b7 wins.
Yeah,
b7 is game over. She needs to push the pawn. She will spot this. No. Queen b5.
Knight c6. Knight c6.
Knight c6. Hang on. So what's the best move? Queen
c4.
Queen c4 again. No, that's
Waiting
tough.
move.
No, that's tough.
Move.
She will play b7. b7,
b7
queen
is fine,
c6.
or g5 is also winning.
But b7 will be played. This is the move we want to make. We're going to see that move, I believe.
Yeah, b7, and after knight c6 you have to give up your queen and then promote another queen, another pawn.
b7 coming.
She has 1 minute.
Queen c4. What a move. Queen g8 is a threat. This is a really...
b7 is a threat.
Yeah, this is a really nice move, combining the things.
No, it's not easy to find.
Yeah, depends of your profile as a player. For some players, they have this feeling, sense that there is some move which is not direct, but is creating a lot of threats.
Another thing is when you're just, it's your game, you feel the position and you might play it. Seconds.
Very tough game, a lot of pressure around Elmira.
And she played g5.
Very good.
She played g5.
Very good.
But you know that after h takes g5, she has to still play queen c4 next move.
Really?
Yeah.
So, either you spotted it or not.
Because if you take h takes g, it's a draw. Oh, she has to be very precise now.
So, England fans...
She goes queen to c8.
Which
is not good.
Not good. Rook d8 coming. What else? Or king e7, but king e7. So both moves are.
You can't repeat the position because of queen c4.
Yeah.
But if you don't see queen c4, you just don't see queen c4. Rook d8 has been played, and now queen e6 is a.
But this is not. Still, it doesn't look so simple.
It doesn't look so simple at all. At this point, you might just think that black has extra piece.
Very interesting game. Very interesting one. Someone can say that there are few inaccuracies, but it's very. We can just show you that we have another angle, just for a moment. You see, so players are here. Queen e6 was played. Move has been played. People are gathering. Captains. I see Stuart Conquest, English captain. Then Juba, or how is to pronounce his name correctly, and Alexander Dmitrievich, arbiter. So let's go back with the board. So takes and g5 was played. So now, which is the only move? It's not clear.
There are many moves. here for black. Queen a1, for instance, to support f6 pawn, to play queen e8, to offer queen to 8 and queen h5.
Okay, queen a1. Queen a1 is queen c6. Is that the move?
Queen c6.
Am I missing something? Why queen c6 is queen
e8
e8 played? Okay, that's a
G
no.
takes f6 is the thing now white has to play.
But this is not an easy move. G takes f6. I cannot believe. And what if I take on e6? You have
and
something.
Then take on g8.
G7.
G7, sorry.
King, and you are winning this position. Okay. Okay. I trust you.
So after take on f6, you have to repeat the position with
Queen
queen
h5.
h5. Yeah. What's the chance that white black gives here a proper evaluation and goes to queen h5? Like, I would just take the queen. I would just think I have extra piece in the end game.
I don't know, really.
1 minute to avoid this
Yeah.
position is not enough.
Yeah, this queen h5 is important resource, which was probably missed by white, and suddenly. We can go full screen now, and you will see that she's worried, and that Monica
seems a bit relaxed. Yeah, g takes f6 has been played. This game is quite entertaining.
So queen h5 check.
Yeah, that's the move to be played.
So will queen land on h5 with a check?
Yes, I vote for yes.
Well, let's see.
Vote for big yes.
30 seconds.
Because she kind of looked relaxed to me, that she has already spotted this chance, and now she's looking for other chances, if there is any. So what she's doing now, she's evaluating the position with extra piece if it's winning or not, and in fact it's losing for her. So
Just to update you that David Navarra has won the game.
Queen h5 has been played.
Has won the game in open section. So queen h5 played, and now king g1 a perpetual.
Yeah, and this is very smart move. Monica is a very good team player, and Poland is actually quite strong as a team. She knows it's a check, it's enough for win. She's not greedy.
Yeah, let's change the angle. Let's see now the broader view to see people. Yeah, let's keep it this way. So as now you will see, congratulations from Polish.
Oof, that might be quite upsetting for both players at the beginning. Monica was completely winning, then Elmira had such a great chance. Brilliant move they are calculating.
Yeah, they are discussing a bit.
I don't think queen c4 is a topic there.
Yeah.
Is the move. This is very engine move.
Very tough match, but Poland has prevailed. Yeah, kudos to Monica. I believe that we should run now to men's section, since there, or open sections, here there.
Yeah, we do have
this.
updates. David Navarra won the game,
Yeah.
so now 1.5 to 1.5 Azerbaijan and
Let's
Czech
go
Republic.
to Azerbaijan, since there we have this crucial game, Suleymanli versus Finek. And let's bring a board. Since this now looks,
You know, as
looks
Finek's
only
king is now on
slightly
d7,
better.
I think
Yeah.
he's more safe now than at the beginning of this endgame.
Because now he can hold, for example, if we exchange light squares bishops, who knows? Knight starts to jump around, how to convert.
Yeah, that's the worst scenario for white, I guess, just trade the light square bishops.
Yeah, I think suddenly Azeris from completely winning match. They need to work hard. In the meantime, let's check Ukraine versus Turkey. Kovalenko is a pawn up versus Emre Can. Let's bring a board. But now it was 4 against 3 for a long, something like that.
Now it is 2
Yeah,
against
it was
1.
3 against 3 against against 2. There was a famous position, Piquet versus Garry Kasparov in online match, and at that time it was.
I lost this endgame in classical
and
chess.
then Kasparov lost it versus Piquet.
I lost
Dutch
against
player.
Gurevich this endgame, and it was very simple for him. He just burned my time off the clock, and then he won because I
It's
had no
tricky,
time.
4 against 3. It's very tricky. And edge against f5-1 versus Grandmaster Csaba Horvat. But I know how to. I've won actually 3 times this endgame, but it's important that you know how to play versus 1 pawn. There was a famous mistake from Magnus Carlsen in Tal Memorial or Alekhine Memorial in Moscow when he was close to 2700. He lost versus Aronian. He gave a wrong check. So it's important that you know 1 pawn and a rook versus a rook, and then you will know how to adjust. So this is something which will take for some time. We can move on with the camera. I think we have Georgia versus Spain. Since here, last game, and it's important also in terms of result.
It is important. Let me check what's the current situation. We have Spain 2 points at this moment, Georgia 1, so
Let's get the board.
it is quite promising for Spain.
Yeah, but at some stage, Jabal was dead lost, and then I think he was sort of, let's say, around here. Then he was, at some point, I think that he was even, not here, but later, that he was even maybe better. No, never.
No, he was always.
He was always worse. And now we have this position, and it seems that he's losing anyway, right?
Seems like.
Yeah, A is a strong passer.
And the
Black
knight is perfect
yeah,
piece to cover
if you
the
take, or now it's
squares.
black turn, take, knight
B4,
b4, you come,
A3,
and then we have this
Knight D5.
concept, knight d3, knight b2.
yeah.
So I don't know what will Badur do. Few moves. Let's go full screen because you will see what will happen.
Black actually played knight c4 here.
That the knight will land to cover the diagonal.
How this knight is?
Knight goes to b4. Ah, okay, he
Just
can
push
push
it
a3. This is also an option.
Oh, this is brilliant. If you take this pawn now, king takes, and we have a handshake actually, because the knight just creates the net and
Yeah.
king cannot get closer to the black pawn.
Badur always loves to
Analyze.
disguise.
He's
Yes.
the kind of emotional player that always like talks loud and. All right, so in the women's section we have only 1 game left. Not even that one. It's finished. So we have
Men's section.
four remaining games.
Let's go to Kamer versus
Sebastian
Bogner.
Bogner.
Jopava played versus Yufa in the European individual. Let me just check that result. I think that Yufa won in the end. I'm curious. So let's see. David. So Jufa Danil played, no, not against Jabal, so they don't have some history. Let's move on to Kamer, since he's playing, as you mentioned, versus Bogner, and this game is a long one. It's opposite color bishop. Let's go to Germany versus Switzerland. Let's try to find them on the camera. And let's get the board as well. Germany is obviously winning a match, but so that was the position previously, and now we have this position. 2 pawns down, but is it possible to convert? Something went wrong. Why he sacked a pawn? He needed to do it probably.
Rook b6, the final move was inaccurate. Rook h7 was keeping the game equal. That's so weird. Rook h7 here.
Staying on the h5.
h5.
Okay, it's maybe understandable. But now, what's the...
Rook is on the 4th rank, so rook e4 now will make a lot of sense. He's not going for it. Rook to d3.
Yeah, how to win this one? I really don't know. Because you can move back and forth, but how you break this position? So Vincent is, of course...
It is draw, I guess.
Probably it's a draw.
It's draw.
Is there a way to make a breakthrough? So what do we have left? We have those two rooks endgames, we have Kamer's game and Suleimanli, which we will follow. So, four games. So who is leading now the women's section after 2 rounds? Which teams are having a perfect score?
We have...
I can also check it myself. So after 2 rounds, Switzerland, 2 match points. So 4 match points. Georgia 1, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Poland, Germany, Armenia, France.
Who is not leading, I think, is a proper question there.
And then we have Ukraine, Greece with 3 match points, and then Estonia, Netherlands, Georgia 3, and so on. If this is correct situation. I don't know if all the results were inputted, but I believe that this is correct situation. So, Switzerland, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Poland, Germany, Armenia, France. In men or open section, after 2 rounds, we have Romania, Greece, Slovenia, France, Serbia. Depends what will Azerbaijan do. How Martinovic played? Croatia versus Armenia. They made the draw. So, so they are sitting on 3 match points. Netherlands, Croatia, Spain, Armenia, Poland. They have 3 match points, and we don't know what will happen now is Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic. So in open section, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams with 2 wins, and we are waiting for Azerbaijan to see what will they do. Since this game is a bit stuck, let's go to Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic. Let's see if something going on there. You can stay with the full screen camera.
It's interesting that both players are quite calm and they don't show much of the nerves. This actually might just tell us that they both feel very confident, and very likely this game will end and in a draw. Black is standing really nicely here in this position. 50 seconds for Finek. Let's get the board as well on the screen. And yeah, white is now trying to sneak in on the queen side with king a4, king to b5, king to b6 to improve the position, but there's a way to stop that with knight to d4, and black actually just went for it.
Which move is that? So how long he's fighting? 80 moves.
80 moves.
It's really tough. 80 moves to be in a bad position. So how to survive this game? This rook h4 of David Navara Keti was a true game. To
H4,
win
yeah?
against Mamedov in that kind of manner.
It was a brilliant
Yeah.
move. I loved it.
David
I take
is,
all my words back when I criticized rook h4.
yeah, that was a
very
really
nice.
classy move. So kudos to David Navara. We all like to see
David in
him
his
playing
best
well, but
shape.
also Rauf Mamedov is very interesting player. Yesterday he has made a draw, but it was tough game. And here all eyes are on Aydin Suleymanli, who needs to win the game somehow. Pawn up, he was completely winning, +3. Now it's only +1 according to the engine, which is actually just, it's not showing
A precise way to
no,
to
it's
win.
not showing anything special, just claiming that you are a pawn up.
Yeah.
And I give you +1.
Black has to be careful now not to trade the knight for the dark square bishop, because earlier we said that that might be a very good endgame for black, but not in this scenario. That position with same color of bishop, white will win.
Okay, we will also keep an eye on Ukraine, but let's stay here for a while, since Václav will need to make some decisions at some point. So king goes to b5.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, it went to b5.
Rook bishop to d5 is a bit inaccuracy that has been played by black here, because in this scenario black can take on e5, and
So
if
bishop
black
somewhere.
played bishop somewhere, then takes 6 and king e6, and you just
Maybe bishop g4 to have bishop h5. Hang on, so bishop g4, you go king b5, I take, you give me check, I take, you take on f7, maybe now bishop,
I would play king f5, king g5.
king f5 anyway, huh? No,
Oops.
this loses.
How is this losing? D c6, bishop e6, bishop d7. c6,
Yeah.
bishop e8, bishop d7.
c6, king g5, bishop e8. So you need to keep your king here. If you go bishop h5, c6 again, so what do you do? Is king f4 better, but I don't see the
Bishop f5.
bishop f5. But why then bishop h3 is worse?
No, I don't think it's worse. It's
So
just
if I go bishop h3, king b5, I take, and we are having the same position. Bishop f5 draws the game. No, not yet.
very much.
King f4, how?
Let me check it actually, I don't know.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I have to check. Maybe there is a check. Bishop d7 check.
So I need to play bishop d7 here.
Oh wow, that's brilliant.
Only
If you
move.
play c6, I give up the bishop, and then king f5
That's
wins
nice.
the pawn.
But it's not easy at all.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
with the bishop
surprised.
on d5, you cannot
I'm
do
not
all this
surprised that he was
business.
waiting this way.
Yeah, well, he wanted to put the bishop now on c6 and make knight more flexible. That's also an idea.
Kovalenko going nowhere, Samonenkov pushing a bit, but not much is happening. Kamer moving back and forth. So this is the case now. Twenty seconds. Quite tough. Now I have a feeling that Václav will lose this one.
Yeah, 11 seconds is not a lot of time. Bishop d5.
Yeah.
He wants to trade the bishop still.
But white.
That's a
is
big
not-
no-no
yeah,
for white.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do it.
No, thanks. And
Thanks.
if I repeat,
Thanks, but no thanks.
how am I winning here with white again?
I don't know. Bishop g4 at some point, but I don't see when. Or
And,
bishop h3, I don't know. At least I kicked your king.
and then king b, yeah.
Can you go knight f5? But this is a draw. You cannot take. I really don't get it. Is this lost?
Is there some kind of Zugzwang element? No. I can just move my bishop away all the time.
Yeah. Oof. Just to show you the situation in Ukrainian games, so Emre Can will draw this one. It's obvious, a draw, but Igor will try to do something, and here Ihor is having this position with the f pawn at sun stage. He will push it, abandon the h pawn, and then we will have this f pawn and a rook. And sometimes when it's an endgame, not much is happening, Keti, right?
Much.
So guys, just to remind you, 5 rounds, then we have a free day, and the last round will be played earlier. It will play
12.
12, yeah, noon. And Georgia is 2 hours ahead of Central European time at the moment. So here in Batumi is 8:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The game between Vincent Kemar and Sebastian Bogner is, I think, going towards the very end to the draw.
Yeah, I don't see how he can make a breakthrough. Engine is screaming that it's better for white, but this is also typical. So you're +2, that means that you are 2 pawns up. But that position would be winning one. You need to be +4, +5, and so on.
Exactly.
Same goes for this.
They have played
I do.
91 moves though.
Oof.
It's sometimes blunders in this kind of positions are.
No,
happening
let me show you. Okay,
sometimes.
we can switch to Germany just for a second. So this is the position. Let's find them on the camera as well. Tremendous effort from Sebastian, being able to hold Kamer, but Vincent has just entered top 10, And suddenly 2 draws, and he's already dropping some rating, yeah. So if these games end up in a draw, how is now situation in the live list? Live list.
Are you mean the ratings?
Yeah. So Kamer, number 9, dropping some points. Gukesh is right behind him.
Also dropping. Abdusatro also dropping. Vey also dropping.
Yeah,
so
but
maybe he's not the worst.
If Kamer now draws the game, probably Gukesh is overtaking him. I don't know about Abdusatorov. So Kamer will be top 10, but not. I'm not sure that this will be the case. Mamedyarov is climbing, and maybe Shak will overtake him. I don't know if this game is calculated, today's game, maybe it is already. So, interesting battle around. Something happened in Suleimani's game, so let's go back to Azerbaijan, since now it shows that white is just winning, +3. So let's see the situation. Azerbaijan, yeah, you could see that the engine bar is raised. So King B6 probably is an issue now. Also F7 is hanging. So what do you do here? King B6? King B6 95 is the idea. So maybe he should start with King B5. And then King B6. Maybe this is some nice touch. We also have a different angle of this match, so we can try to show them on the camera. Full screen. You see the captains, Temur Rajabov sitting, also Petr Boleslav. They are both, of course, rooting
for their teams.
Yeah, of course, as a captain, you cannot do much, but at least to show to your player, I'm there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of the captains are there with the bag of some coffee or water, and all of them have books. They are reading the books during the day. Ooh, the bishops.
Let's get the board back, because we have this exchange. So after bishop b7, king went to b5, as I mentioned, and then after bishop d5 he took, and now he will probably penetrate with the king. Yeah. Or maybe c6 immediately.
c6, and look at this pawn and the bishop, they create very nice net. And
yeah, now I think
king,
that
d6.
Temur is quite happy. And that
is Temur a player or
no, just a captain.
Captain.
In the last European teams, in Montenegro 23, he was playing first board, but they really struggled. I think this was one of the worst. They were like top seed, and they ended up something like 20th or something like that. Oh, this is the worst like show up of some like super strong team in the history of Europeans, I believe. So Temur lost something like 3 games, Mamedyarov was losing games, so it was really horrible. And that event, who was first? Serbia was first, yes, of course, and then Germany was second because of additional criteria. and you could see the faces of German players when they are coming to receive the silver medal.
Oh,
It
no.
was not great. They
Yeah,
were
but
disappointed.
Yeah, I love how Finek is just fighting until the very end. He always finds like last resource.
15 years old to get this kind of experience, it's a huge thing.
Mm-hmm.
His rating is steadily climbing. When he was a European champion last year in Prague, his hometown, under 14 years old. He was already 2400 rated
This
player.
is move 97, so soon we're gonna have 2 games in with 100.
But hang on, 5 seconds. Suleimanli has just made a move on 3 seconds. Okay, 3 seconds is still sort of under control, but 2 seconds, they're not. Kamer is still playing, Samonenkov is playing, Kovalenko is playing, so not much is happening in our matches. Here I believe that we will have decisive outcome very soon. To show you once again the camera, that you see the situation, how it looks like.
It looks like they have to end very soon.
30 seconds. I believe also that Finek is getting closer to get this invitation to Prague Festival, maybe even main group.
Okay, makes sense.
That's a really, really great event. Petr Boleslav is one of the key persons there. Pragnananda was playing, Abdusatara was playing. Last year I think it was won by Giri. Maybe last year by Pragnananda. So Edis Gurel was playing, many top players. I know that Nguyen is playing this main group, but it's a really tough tournament. And there is also B tournament and C tournament. It's a festival, they have really big activities. I was visiting the festival 4 years ago,
Yeah,
and it was really nice.
I also visited that event and actually really hoping to play this year myself as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Big statement, I know.
Yeah. Come on, give us some food for thought that we follow your games.
Yeah. Enough of analyzing the top GM's games. Now it's my turn to show them
Exactly.
how to do.
Exactly. Whenever I think the same, I'm losing the games, so I won't comment on my behalf. Okay, let's go back with the board so that you could see what's going on. So still, it seems that Aydin haven't found the right
Yeah,
way
very
to
nice
break
way.
through.
This knight is so sneaky. I was thinking to get this bishop on a5, c3, a5 to have the same sort of setup, and then king e5. See, I really have to play these events.
I agree. I fully agree.
40 seconds again, actually 27 seconds.
Sebastian Bogner has made a move on last second. So let's go to that game Let's go to Germany versus Switzerland. So what was the issue there? Why this happened? Unfortunately, our arbiter hasn't realized that there is a camera. So rook f6. So he has made the move at last second, which is strange, but
not
happened.
changing much, yeah.
So here in this position, I think the move was played king s6 last second. Okay, that's a good sign for Vincent. If your opponent is not certain.
But still, rook b6 now, you can't really enter this king on the 6th rank.
It's still normal.
That is a draw. This is 102 moves. So we have today 2 games with 100 moves, 100 plus moves. Long day.
Yeah, exactly. Now again we will have Vincent thinking. Let's go back to Azerbaijan versus Czech Republic. 20 seconds. Both players are really long time. And in Samonenko, Isikjan, I will show the situation, but let's stay here for a second with the board. 9 seconds, 6,
He has to
5,
make a move.
3. Okay,
He
3
was
is
not in
yeah, but
in
3
right.
is still under control, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, but actually it was played on last 2 seconds. 2 is not, because from 2 to 1 is not so far, and then 1 is gambling.
Now he has to give up the c6 pawn.
And
King f6 probably is winning. Oh wait, king f6, king e8. It can be a draw there. Oh, it's
Draw.
a draw. It's a draw.
Let's get,
Can we have a board?
Let's get the board. King f6.
King e8 now.
Huge mistake. King e8 draws the game. So will king go to
Oh, wow.
Now he's
I
shocked.
just
He forgot
realized
about knight d5. Let's go full screen and let's find another angle. Let's find another angle to see the captains. What's going on behind them? Yeah. Oh, we see Petr, who is now shocked. Completely shocked. Rajabov is sitting there, not showing emotions yet.
What just
But
happened?
this is crazy. This is crazy. Let's bring a board from this angle.
Wow. Finek is a brilliant. Look at this. He was fighting until the very end.
Now
he
it's-
gives a check.
Who is better?
Accept.
It's black?
I would keep playing with the black here for a few moves.
What a tragic for Aydin. But I feel bad for him, but oof, let's go full screen.
Wow.
Let's go full screen. I think that Tamer understands the issue. We can stay here for
This
a
is
while.
a good moment to have a captain next to you to support you.
Yes, exactly. This is a perfect moment.
Yeah.
What a shocking.
Piotr so happy and so proud.
What a shocking outcome.
Yeah. Wow, that was a really nice game done by both players. Suleiman had advantage whole game. He just blundered in the end. This is a move 107. You can blunder when you're tired.
What a tremendous effort from Václav.
Yeah,
Big kudos
he's
to
a
him.
brilliant guy.
2-2 versus Azerbaijan. Now Rajabov is commentating something. We can change the angle of the camera and you will see that he's speaking with Finek. But sometimes, you know, when the game is long, I cannot reply anything.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty bad. Give me 5 minutes and then I will be able to
Yeah.
discuss. Unbelievable outcome.
Oh no, Slimani, look at him. He's so disappointed with the result.
Yeah,
He
sitting there in
played
despair.
so well though.
But we all were in that situation.
Yeah.
If you haven't been, you will be, for sure. This is something, if you play chess.
You can never avoid that.
Yeah, that feeling, I perfectly understand how he feels like. We have Leon Livajic, same situation.
Today
Even
we
worse,
had
even
too
worse.
much drama happening.
I don't know the strength of Petr Boleslav. Let's see, is captain of Czech Republic team. Does he has a rating? So, okay, he's 2000.
He's a grandmaster to our eyes. He has been there all the time. I thought he was a grandmaster.
No, I know that he's not.
Very like, at least international master.
We can change now the angle and you will see that.
I like how Finak is just, look at him, he's also a gentleman, he's not celebrating to save this game, and he's just there having the conversation with his opponent, and this is very nice. You
I
don't
like
necessarily need to go crazy and scream and jump.
What a turnaround.
Slimani is a brilliant chess player himself, 20 years old only, and he's
Yeah, he's steadily raising and his
yeah,
rating.
I think he will be one day top 10 for sure. A very, very nice player.
Let's move to Ukraine versus Turkey. Since there it seems that Turkey has done a
Vincent
fantastic...
has actually improved quite drastically. Shall we go there?
Okay, let's please finish with this one. Just to update you with the situation, let's bring a board. So here, not much is happening, but it's obvious a draw, but maybe there is a chance for Ukraine, but I would say less likely. And here, things happen as I mentioned. So at some stage you need to abandon the edge pawn, and you need to play this position. But this is a bit strange how maybe White didn't do it in a proper way, because now it's just a draw. You cannot move anything. So I think that Ihor has not tested his opponent at all. Let's go full screen. I think we have also camera from a different angle, so we can check this match. Yeah. It will be a draw. Beliavsky is there. As I mentioned, a really legendary player. And now we will have a handshake. We can change the angle once again. You will see the situation that this is perpetual and Ihor is just there liquidating to perpetual. Check, check, check. By the way, what I've heard that Isik John, he was playing tennis a lot. If it's not incorrect information, so he has stamina and strength to play a long game. This one was 120 moves. In Suleimani versus Finek, you're sitting there for 6 hours, 100 moves, and one mistake you make, and it's...
That's it. We have to go back to the game of Vincent Kmar against Wagner. Somehow White managed to control the 6th rank.
Let's go to Germany versus Switzerland.
And now seems to be quite tough for Black, this position. Can we have a board on the screen? So, a huge improvement for White. Pawn is already on h6.
h6, yeah.
Black's king and the rook not coordinating anymore. And White king is just going all the way to h7. hiding behind this pawn. And there is this idea of checkmate, rook e6, bishop g6, and rook e8.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice thing. I love it. That's something. Bishop g6, rook e6, rook e8. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very
It's
nice.
really
So Kamer is now, yeah, closer and closer. But that was something I was not expecting. It's so hard to come up from that initial position. Let's say that we go backwards, I don't know, somewhere around, even before, for example, around here, and that you end up in that position. From this position to end up in this one, it's a huge thing. But he needs to be precise till the end.
And when you have bishops on the board, it's also difficult to look for kind of stalemate type of ideas because you cannot get rid of the bishop. King to g6, king h7 to make sure that g8 square is controlled, and then simple moves like rook e6, bishop g6, rook e8. And you can't even cover this with the bishop because there will be still checkmate. He sees that. He sees that.
I just wanted to go back to check because emotions are still around alive in Suleimani versus Finek. So the game was actually perfect till this moment. Instead of king f6, so what was the c7? No.
Bishop a5.
Check. Okay.
If king goes on e8, then king goes c7, king d6. I would play king d6, king c7 there.
Is c7?
King d6.
King d6.
No, king d6 instead.
King, probably c7 is also winning.
Yeah, and now.
And if king goes to c8, king f6 just.
And after taking?
Now bishop somewhere.
Bishop b6. And you cannot.
Maybe when I have bishop b6.
No, b6 because 98 is not.
Maybe it's king f7? You're sure that there is
I don't know.
winning?
I'm
Okay,
scared of
so
this,
bishop
yes.
b7, bishop b6, king b7.
And we move bishop somewhere c5. Let's bishop e3 for
And then 98,
and king d7.
king c8, and bishop b6 or what? And then 96.
I don't know.
Maybe king
e8.
e8 and king c7,
So
bishop
yeah.
bishop b6.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not so simple.
Bishop f5 is tricky, and then king f5 after.
So let's go back to.
He needed to spend some time too. He would figure it out that king f6 is a blunder, and then he could find a better move.
Kamer is now winning. We have also different angles, so let's change it that you have a feeling that everyone is gone. Okay, long day in the office.
Oh,
Gustafsson has arrived, covering our camera angle. So we needed to switch to another one. Yeah, Kamer is about to win.
Yeah, king to g8 h7, and you can stop this pawn queening.
Yeah, Kamer is now aware that he has done the job. H1. Bogner is thinking. No, it's Kamer thinking. Sorry. King G8. Yeah, just played. Yeah, Bogner is about to resign. We can go full screen.
Yeah, he tried his best.
Very tough game. Kudos to Kamer, but also to Sebastian. It was really tough to play.
Oh, look at that now. Bishop c7 controlled the e5 square and rook to g7 check, covering the file a1, h8.
Yeah.
Oof, this is the longest game.
Yeah,
really.
let's switch the angle. You will see how empty the playing hall is. Yeah, big congratulations to Vincent. What a game. So they are checking, is there anyone there left? Captains, can we
Somebody,
speak
anybody?
a bit louder?
Can you imagine today we had 4 games which had more than 100 moves.
This is brutal.
This is not happening every day. This is brutal to us, guys. You're keeping us here in the commentary for long time, but we really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
really nice games. For instance,
Fighting spirit, not
Yeah.
many draws.
Yeah.
So people are saying that classical chess has an issue, everything is draw, but that's not the case here.
It's not the case, absolutely. So let's summarize the day, right? What we have seen today, we have seen a beautiful game by Shahriar. He managed to do all this magic that he does, and then it ended in his victory. Netherlands, the leaders in the open section, they tied the match with Poland. We didn't have much of the fireworks in that match, it was quite stable, but we had a lot of fun in the women's section when Poland faced England, and they actually managed in the very end to win the match with a small margin. The Georgian team was the favorite in the women's section throughout the whole match, and they ended in a victory. And yeah, the final matches, Azerbaijan was quite impressive against a Czech.
Yeah, many turnarounds. It's a huge event with many games. It's not easy for us to follow every moment, but I think we were at the right moment, at the right game.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Exactly.
and also thanks for giving us your thoughts, your feedback, where to go, what to follow. Be with us tomorrow. You can openly root for your country, for your team. So give us some feedback. We had a poll. I don't know. Do we have results? Yeah, but maybe we will reveal it tomorrow. Same time, same place. Be with us and see us soon.
Bye.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.